Excellent. I shall now appear before you. Um, Here we go. Let me cut the music. All right. Hello, everybody. Look over here. I want to show you all. It's Boosh, my boy. He's just laying down, chilling. Yeah, good boy, Boosh. All right. Okay, Boosh, you can chill right there. And now I shall adjust myself. I need to greet people. All right. Yeah. Well, all right. Let me get situated. I'm already situated. I just need to make a small little adjustment here and there with my positioning, get comfy, whatnot. All right. Hello to Gargoyle and to Mario. I'm glad you are all here. And anybody else that might be, out there. All right. So, I just want to give you all a little heads up about the length of this case. This case is 7 parts long. There's a beginning, three middle sections, and three end sections. So, today I'm just going to play up until when I'm done with the middle of the case. And tomorrow I'll finish the last 3 parts of the case. I kid you not when I say that this is a long case. I mean, most of the cases in each of these games in the series, um, I'm not saying that they're like long, but I'll say this, at least in this game, I feel like it's probably definitely the longest case considering, yeah, it's separated into 7 parts. Um, I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing or anything, but I'm just letting you all know. I mean, it's cool. Like, who likes a nice, good, long story of a case too? And I'm glad to hear that if I'm doing well, then Gargoyle is doing well as well. So that means I gotta always continue to be well so that I don't know where I'm going with this. Like, I just try to make people's days go by, you know? Yeah. Now, yeah, I always want to try and make sure that I'm always, in a good mood. I mean, if I was not in a good mood, and if I was like feeling cruddy, I wouldn't be on. I would be taking care of myself. But yeah, all right. Okay. All right, we're good. We're great. Now then, I'm going to recap what went down last week. So, last week I finished the Turnabout Remnants. It was a case that happened 7 years ago, before the events of this game. So, Callisto Yu is actually the great thief Yatagarasu, who infiltrates companies to publicize corrupt dealings. Hypocritically, she's also a member of the smuggling ring involved in the KG8 incident. Mr. Faraday learned about her true identity while he was investigating both cases, so you had to eliminate him. All right, Mario. You're glad that you're all having a good day? Yeah, You're trying to plan out the remainder of your day. Definitely do not want to exit the house. Oh, sorry to hear that. So, Mr. Faraday learned about her true identity while he was investigating both cases. So, you had to eliminate him. You ordered Macrel to assassinate Deadman, a witness of the smuggling ring at the Kodopian embassy. She also infiltrated the embassy on the same day and sent the Yatakarasu's key to the police, knowing that it could be turned into a knife. Rel was caught soon after the murder due to being caught on tape, but you offered to be his defense attorney. She made him claim that he was the Yatakarasu, thus causing Mr. Faraday to bring the Yatakarasu's key to the court as evidence. During the trial, you made Rel accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatakarasu to try and get him arrested. However, she didn't count on Faraday dragging Rel into his office. She feared that her plan would be ruined if Rel was with Mr. Faraday for too long. But she still had the key as part of her backup plan. She entered the lobby, pretending to be worried about something, silently turning the key into a knife and stabbed Mr. Faraday while the knife was still in the evidence bag, killing him and collecting his blood in the bag. You then ordered Rel to help set up the crime scene by scattering the bags, setting up the tape, and opening the window. She killed Rel afterward with the very gun that he used to kill Mr. Man, Mr. Deadman, to remove the sole eyewitness. You had a plan to set up an alibi for herself. With the surveillance tape of the footage running, and 30 minutes before the gunshot in the tape was fired, she left the room and noticed Detective Bad and Gumshoe. She dragged Bad into lobby number 1, making Gumshoe stand guard outside lobby number 2. While standing guard, Gumshoe met Kay Faraday, who was looking to buy a snack for her and her father. However, they didn't have enough money to buy the cheapest item on the snack machine, the $6 Swiss rolls. Gumshoe decided to pool his money and Kay's to buy it together. Kay had to exchange the coins she had with $1, which was how which is how she met Miles Edgeworth for the first time. While enjoying the Swiss rolls, Kay popped her balloon on purpose, which startled Gumshoe and made him drop his Swiss roll. The judge heard the sound while in the toilet facing the hallway, mistaking it for a party popper or a gunshot. As the tape was about to reach the part with the gunshot, you, Callisto you, purposefully spilled her perfume. As the perfume had a strong smell and spread very quickly, it overwhelmed Bad and made him open the lobby number 1 window to let out the perfume. Now, both the lobby number 1 and 2 windows were open, and the tape had reached the part of the gunshot. The sound of the shot was absorbed by the thick walls of the courthouse, but it did manage to pass through the windows in both lobbies. Bad heard the gunshot thinking it was the real deal and hurried to lobby number 2, where he found Faraday and Rel dead. Callisto Yu also created a false alibi for herself and a witness that could account for her location during the time. Yeah, that was a lot of things that happened. Oh, and I should touch up, you know what? Let me touch up on a little bit of the name trivia for Callisto U and CCU. So, Callisto is a genus of butterfly, the Callisto. U, Yew, is a tree or shrub in the genus Texas. And Callisto comes from the name of a mythological Greek figure whose name is derived from the word Calliste, meaning most beautiful. This could be in reference to Callisto Yu frequently applying makeup. And also, the full name, Callisto Yu, may also be a play on callous to you. She's often referred to as Miss Yu by other characters, which could be a play on Miss Missyou. There's a little bit more to it about her, but that's going to wait until tomorrow. There's so much more to Callisto Yu. CCU, her English name is possibly a play on See You, which could refer to her witnessing of her boss's illegal activities. Alternatively, See You could be a farewell due to her death. Other possibilities are CCU, which could stand for Camera Control Unit, possibly as a reference to her murderer being caught on tape, and Cease You, since she was prevented from revealing what she knew about the Amano group. And her Japanese name, Yuko Kazura. Her Japanese surname, Kazura, is the Japanese word for creeping or climbing plants, such as ivy or vines. And it was likely chosen to fit with the plant-based name of Callisto. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little. Okay. There's a little bit more trivia, which I'll reveal a lot later. There's actually more to it, but yeah, just a little bit. But anywho, I'm now going to start up the case now. Hmm. All right. Let's see. All right. And now we're going to start up the case. And y'all get to sit back, relax, and hopefully you will enjoy what transpires as I narrate and play the game as well. Yes. Because, yeah, there is gameplay, everybody, in these series. You just gotta, you know, like, investigate and, you're in the testimonies, find the contradictions, present the right evidence. All right, here goes. Turnabout, Ablaze. Oh man, this is such good menu music. Ace Attorney, the 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 guest, the Ace Attorney, the quest for more gameplay. Yes, it's like these games, they're games. Everyone. Episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. Uh-oh, it's a match. Two cards. One of the Black Raven and one of the White Raven. The Adventures of Miles. A country torn in two. One to the west and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. Uh-oh. It's Diatakarasu. Diatakarasu is here. Huh? You, accursed Yatagarasu. K, you. 8 hours earlier. So yeah, for the record, in this game, the cases take place in chronological order. It's case 4, followed by case 2, 3, 1, and 5. So we have come full circle. Oh, there's Edgeworth on his sofa, sipping tea. Lovely. I like that. That's a good animation. March 14th, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea, especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder, Case 2. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park, Case 3. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office, Case 1. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Your guess is as good as mine. Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. No promises. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big. Big, I tell you. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you want to know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we'd only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay? What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is? Take a look at this. Yatagarasu sends card to embassy. On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today. Today, huh? Come on, we've gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? Lackadaisical? I've heard of lackadaisy. Hold on. It's an adjective that means showing a lack of enthusiasm, interest, or effort.
Lackadaisical.
Lackadaisical. Okay. I'm not Kay. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get too wound up too. Because just this might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean you? You mean Miss You? Miss You. The woman who killed Kay's father, Bern Faraday, 7 years ago. Injection. There it is, everybody. You know how Phoenix and Miles Edgeworth, they like to point with their fingers, right? And Apollo, she has the gunjection. How's that for a counter pick? The woman who killed Kay's father, Bern Faraday, 7 years ago. Kalisto Yu. Gunjection. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. She sure did. She makes me so mad. The phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card until a company's underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid him a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article, it looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that the woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No reason at all. Very well. Seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. And we're off. March 14th, March 14th, 5 p.m. Diatrim Neutralis. Diatrim Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where our tale begins. The Steel Samurai, everybody. What a coincidence. Kay Faraday, young girl purporting to be the second Yatagarasu. She's on the trail of her father's killer. Bern Faraday, an admirable prosecutor and father of Kay. He was killed 7 years ago by Kalisto Yu. Kalisto Yu killed Kay's father 7 years ago, claimed to be the Yatagarasu, and then made her escape. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the, the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries? The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. Boo! Unless it's played by somebody else, then okay. Reminder, the former Jammin' Ninja was played by Juan Corrida, who was also an awful POS. It's like, whatever. The Republic of Babel is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. Of course, because she's a sort of a ninja, and she likes the Jammin' Ninja. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. Yeah, I mean, she's a thief, but she kind of looks like a ninja. Then again, ninjas can be thieves. So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babel Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries, the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Codopia. Codopia. Is everything all right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm all right. Moving on. Codopia struck a nerve. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Atakarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me, what were we talking about again? You could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babel Goldwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the verses? Yeah, why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Primadux statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Kay, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself, you know that. No, she had better be saying that to jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. Heh, I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Yes, it is time. This badge is designed is set to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner in the back. Numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Alright. Alright. Let's talk to Kay. There's a very festive atmosphere in here. Yep, super festive. I'm really happy for the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. It's great that they have re-established diplomatic relations. The newspapers say that it's almost like they're Codopia once again. Perhaps we are bearing witness to a historic moment in time. Hey, look! They're selling some commemorative merchandise to celebrate this event. Founders Codopia biscuits, and over here, they're selling Royal Codopia biscuits. It would seem that they have yet to reconcile their competitive spirits. That's funny. Alright. Let's check out everything, everybody. Is there something I can help you with? Ah, hello there, Chuckman. So, let me catch you up to speed on what happened so far. Nothing happened yet. So in the beginning, they showed somebody lighting a match. And everything was on fire. And Edgeworth was just, chilling in his office. He was reminiscing about how there was a murder on a flight, case 2. There was also a murder at Gatewater Land, case 3. And a murder in his office. So, as I had mentioned before, the cases took place in chronological order. Case 4, Case 2, 3, 1, and now we're at 5. So, whatchamacallit? He went to Edgeworth's office and mentions the Yatagarasu. And he believes that the Yatagarasu is going to appear at the Kodopian embassy today. And, which is odd, considering how the card is usually only sent to the media after the Yatagarasu has made off with a secret. And the card looks to be the real deal, but Edgeworth recalls that there was another card with inverted colors that he found in the first case. Because, yeah, he had found another card of the Yatagarasu. It was a white card, while this card was black. Oh, and the Steel Samurai showed up earlier with the Pink Princess. And this whole thing, this whole embassy is about 2 shared countries that they're trying to reconcile with each other. No, it has nothing to do with Well, you'll see. It's the Steel Samurai. Oh, and Kay was mentioning the Jammin Ninja earlier, and I was slightly reminiscing about Juan Corrida. Screw that guy too. Oh well. But right now we're in Kodope. Well, we're in this embassy place, and we're just getting started. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. It's the Alabastan Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy, I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard. Humph. The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower. Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flags, don't you think? Well, when they used to be Codopia, the government used to take pride in its land. The citizens also loved the rich, bountiful nature all around them, thus the design. Hey, if the Steel Samurai got popular enough, do you think they put him in their flag? Are you in your right mind, Kay? Or maybe the Jam and Ninja would make a better candidate. Ha! Don't make me laugh. Only the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. Edgeworth. This game basically shows that Edgeworth really loves the Steel Samurai. He's just a closet fan. That's all. It's like as if like somebody would like I don't know. They like a guy with like girly things, for example. Like I don't know, My Little Pony, or in my case, I am not afraid to a shame. And I had no shame in watching Sailor Moon back in the day. You know, oh no, you're doing that auto text scroll garbage. In other words, this guy has nothing important to say. You know, I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places, but today's show, it was like they meant for a complete comedy. Know what I mean? Yeah, in that last move, the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess's movements were really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know. I totally thought that too. The Pink Princess has a bad hip? Seriously? Just what were they thinking, you know? I suppose there's no graceful way to enter this conversation. Yeah, let's not. Oh, here. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It still looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Yeah, they used to be Codopia. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. Embassy Guide. Stuck into the pages of my organizer. Two countries were this building with borders. Two countries share this building with borders. What is all the hubbub? Fuck. Hey, look, it's the Steel Samurai. And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. Oh no. Oh, I also saw somebody else. Was that freaking Lana? That was. This is the perfect angle. Go, my image. Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe. A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. Alright, we'll talk to the Steel Samurai in a moment. Let's check on Lotta Hart. Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Don't worry, Chuckman. This is just a cameo for her. She is not going to be involved in the case in any way, shape, or form. She's just looking for another scoop. That's all. So this was Lotta Hart. She was from Case 4 in the first game, and she was in Case 4 in Justice for All. She just makes a cameo here. That's all. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. The Ablaze embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. Do you have some business with the embassy? Do you require immediate access? Ah, no, that's quite alright. Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babao. Well then, since we're here, an embassy's in some sort of theme park, Kay. You're such a buzzkill. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection. Edgeworth, you mean Mr. Monkey? You mean your favorite Checkman? Also, she showed up in Case 3. It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of the Steel Samurai. Go, go, keep on fighting until your last breath. Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai. Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. Aw. And we're here reporting live from the Diatrim Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me, but when are you ready to film for real? Would you mind giving me a call? I sense that she didn't hear a single word I just said. Alright. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop! Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1, action. Hey, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. Alright, we're gonna finally talk to the Steel Samurai. Right after we talk to this dude. 10 more minutes. No, in 5 more minutes. But isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use. Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat in his face. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. You got that right, Kay. Alright. Let us talk to the Steel Samurai. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. It's a fated meeting! Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. It looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth, from Steel Samurai, Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Steel Samurai Daddy. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Steel Samurai's autograph received. Steel Samurai's autograph. Autograph with a sketch of his weapon. Uh, Autograph with a sketch of his face and weapon. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. Oh, okay. And now, the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabas to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. But rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Yeah, it's a Steel Samurai. Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. Boo! Sorry. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babao. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Babao at that time. Okay, I'll admit, I like the Jammin' Ninja's design as long as it's not Juan Corrida. I hope somebody else has taken up the Jammin' Ninja's name to make him cool and not be a scumbag like Juan Corrida. Ah, the Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. We gotta get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If we miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? Ah, I could listen to that, a ninja marked for depth's lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. Yes, I am Jammin'. I am the Jammin' Ninja, I think. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Ah, those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there. I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine, Princess Mizola, wears in her hair. Anyway, anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank. No way! I just know the Yatagarasu will show! But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake. Genuine fake. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasa's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We've got a problem. Uh-oh. The Yatagrass has been spotted in Alabast. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony. Oh, okay.
Hey, what gives?
Hey, what gives?
I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter.
What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight on through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony's going to escape.
K, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babel and climb over the wall into Alabast.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight that you intend to illegally enter another. K, are you listening to me?
Nope. Hey, Faraday, and I'm coming through.
Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone! Oh my god.
Uh-oh. March 14th, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage. Ah, this is I hear the fire.
Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Hack!
Oh,
Fire! This is too big for us to handle!
the fire from the beginning of the case.
Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babao too.
There it is.
You! Accursed Yatagarasu! K! You! You had better be alright, wherever you are.
Oh no. He has been apprehended by Shinna. That's Shi Ling's assistant from Interpol. March 14th, 6:45 p.m. Babylese Embassy, Secretariat's office. Oh, and Gumshoe's there. I told you it wasn't me. Oh no.
Uh,
Not saying a single word, huh?
Hold it!
Edgeworth be running. Hey, are you alright?
Oh, and there's a dead body over there to the left. Do I look all right to you? Now, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this?
Well, sir, it's, this. Hey, look, it's that Manny Cochin dude from Case 4 that we saw last week. He was still alive back then. And now, here he is, dead. It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here. Hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage.
A suspicious person.
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Shinna, I believe your name is correct. Shinna, I believe your name is correct. And if you're making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct?
Not much of a talker.
You refuse to answer? Oh, the glasses are off. I don't need an answer. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babel, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babylese government and Babylese law. Damn. Giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Double damn. Extra extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Gumshoe. Extraterritorial rights, not extraterrestrial. I love this guy. Ah. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir. Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home. No. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth. Hold it. In that case, allow me to join your. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Oh. Oh, snap. Franziska's back. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma! Yeet! Hey, everybody. Franziska's back. Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Maddie was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. This guy. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Franziska. Well, well. I never imagined I'd meet you here, of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Paleno. And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Real smooth. Even if he has to kind of bend the knee to his sister. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno. Very well. I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, detective? If I don't become Franziska's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. Smart. There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Franziska, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. No! Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you're done playing games, Right, let's begin the investigation. Begin investigation. Ablaze Embassy, Secretariat's office. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Ablaze Embassy today. And why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yanagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yanagarasu these past 7 years. It was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Act! Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it is out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Poor Gumshoe! Leave the man alone! Give him a raise. He's so helpful. He's so useless. I mean, he's so helpful and useful at times. He's not completely useless. He does his best. Everybody, Gumshoe is just trying his best. You all have seen how Gumshoe works. Alright. Gumshoe's my partner for now. Yeah, sorry about that. I messed up my words there. Useful and useless. No, he's not useless. He's useful. He's awesome. Yes, sir. The murder. While you were on guard duty, did you notice anything unusual? Well, I was on watch inside the embassy. But unfortunately, I didn't run into the Yatagarasu, sir. But I did talk to an officer who was on duty near the border between the two embassies, who told me that not a single person crossed the boundary during the incident. I see. The investigations into the fire and the Yatagarasu are a mess thanks to both events. I'm so confused, sir. Should I be putting the fire out or investigating? What do you think, sir? Aren't you old enough to solve your own problems yet, Detective? The investigation. I'd like an update on how the investigation's going. Oh yeah, well, it's going, sir. In other words, no one has any idea of what's happened here, correct? To put it simply, yeah, you got it, sir. But we do know that something happened in this room, sir. Any moron with a pair of eyes can see what's happened, Detective. Aww. Well, anyway, let's investigate every single nook and cranny in this room, sir. We have to get serious or Kay will end up getting arrested as the killer. Yes, I'm already well aware of that. Oh. In order to find out what really happened here in this room, we will need to gather whatever information we can. It's time to take a good look. Hey, it's your prosecutor's badge. This thing's really important, right? So, what would happen if he lost it, sir? Why are you asking me such an ominous question? Well, because I've lost my police badge before, sir. I just wanted to tell you to be careful, sir. Because writing the explanation section on those requisition forms is really annoying. I believe someone needs to listen to his own advice a bit more often. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective? I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy is a different story. I see. I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir. Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. Alright. The Gumshoe homicide detective at the local precinct, in charge of the initial investigation. Shinna, Lang's trusty secretary, level-headed, she supports him in his investigations. Franziska von Karma, daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, cooperating with Interpol on smuggling case. Polius Poleno, ambassador of Babel, who will do absolutely anything for his country's tourism industry. Manny Cochin, the victim. Ambassador Poleno's secretary and secretariat, apparently was a good man. Hmm. Hmm. Despite the fact that, oh, I don't know, he murdered this woman's sister. Anywho, yeah, because in the previous case we found out. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Ms. Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior will get really angry at me. Alright. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I really feel bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. Alright. Hey, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't, and I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying. My investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Oof. Alright, let's check the dead body. So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Notes on Cochin's body. It's jotted down in my organizer. Notes on Cochin's body. Cause of death, single stab to base of neck. The body wasn't badly burned by the fire. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Hold on, everybody. I'm just gonna check a little something. Alright. 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 Nothing on the desk, nothing on the floor. Oh, there's something on the floor there. There's a lot of things here. It's man. Where do I know him from? Edgeworth. You saw him in the KG8 investigation? Like, the KG8 incident newspaper, last case, 7 years ago? We remember everybody, but Edgeworth doesn't yet. It's a knife wound. It's obvious that he was killed, what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Indeed. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of that handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Motif knife handle. A butterfly-shaped guard adorns the handle of the murder weapon. All right. Knife data jotted down my organizer. Knife covered in victim's blood. The blood matches the wound. Butterfly motif is noteworthy. All right. Oh, look at that. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key, it can't be, but it is. It's the Yatagarasu key, which can also transform into a knife. Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? Yes. What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago! You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes. Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago, which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Eek! Gruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in. Franziska, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. That's right, he was a rookie. Ugh, I feel like the victim right now, all trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... It's not that far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. The key maker must have been a true patriot to have fashioned this after the national symbol. And the trick is right here, everybody. Boom. Oh-ho! Wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. Yatakarasu's key data jotted down in my organizer. Yatakarasu's key. The Yatakarasu stole this from this embassy 7 years ago. It is also a knife. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vine, sir. I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped could be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babalese embassy secretariat holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key, We don't know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Paleno about what he knows? Supposedly, he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Alright, we will ask him after we totally. Yep. Yeah. This is all for now. This ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like, it does. It's a fan that is installed on one ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. And I also have a ceiling fan in my room. And combined with the central air, I stay cool. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe this is the symbol of the Republic of Babao. Butterfly of Babao. National symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabaster flower is its counterpart. A drawing this big on the wall. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective. However, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. Ah, so even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Paleno, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babao. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Paleno, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. These shells are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Babalese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. If they have plans to make the Babalese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring these with me to Babel, I can trade them in for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babel? Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babel if I have to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Yes. It looks like there was once a magnificent grandfather clock that has fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it manages to auto. That's quite enough, detective. Alright, let's check out the statue. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not to touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
Hold it!
But there is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Primaduck statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Babao's Primaduck's statue. Data, jotted down by organizer. Both countries claim to own real one, national treasure. Only ambassador and secretariat can touch it. Okay. Ooh, I heard some light thunder. Let's see. Hold on. Primaducks. Alright, Primaduck. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I was pronouncing it correctly. Alright. Alright. Dun dun dun. Alright. Franziska and Paleno. Okay. Alright, let's talk to this dude. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Paleno, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports of the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babao. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit Lovely Babao. Now I remember, the Republic of Babao is known for its feverish tourism industry. This guy. Alright. Here goes. Let's show him our prosecutor's badge first. Oh, is that a prosecutor's badge? It has a very cool design. Aha! I know! We should start selling items like these as souvenirs in Babao. The tourists will absolutely go nuts over them. Please don't compare a proud symbol of my profession to a cheap souvenir. Oh, isn't that about our great embassy? Ah, how do you like our pamphlets? I feel indifferent about them, to be honest. I'm just using this as evidence. Oh, that's too bad. In that case, I guess we'll just have to try harder to make more charming ones. I just had a flash of inspiration. We should make all of our pamphlets into coupon books. His expectations of what a coupon can do is just a tad hyper-inflated. Coupon. Ambassador Paleno, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you, however, I feel I must decline. Oh dear, if people were to find out that a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet, as would our revenues. It'd be a disaster. What are we going to do? He really does seem worried. Perhaps I should refrain from bringing this up. This statue resembles that hero, the Steel Samurai, don't you think? I was thinking, what would you say to changing its name to the Steel Samurai statue? It just might attract a few more tourists to our country if I did, right? I'm not sure what to think. I thought that thing was a national treasure. There is a vibe motive to the ornamentation on this blade. Even if Detective Gumshoe claims to see a star motive in it, between the blade and handle, there is a flower, and the key itself is a butterfly. This key was stolen by the Yatagarasu 7 years ago from the Kodopian embassy, which suggests that this was made while Kodopia still existed as a country. Alright. We discovered this trick 7 years ago, and with it we were able to corner Miss Yu. But who would have thought that I'd see this key again after all this time? It's not that far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already? I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir? Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Alright. There is a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. I believe this is a butterfly. This is one amazing ornamental knife. And I'm really glad that this beautiful butterfly wasn't ruined by blood. There is not even a drop of blood on it. It really is quite exquisite. So much so that even you could understand its beauty, Detective. Hey, why do you always have to look down on my taste, sir? I know what I like, and this is really well crafted. Why do I look down on his tastes? Because, my dear detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite questionable. This knife, it would appear that this handle is removable. It would appear that the handle is removable. This knife. I guess some people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people will remove the handle just for fun, Detective. Alright, so that's another interesting detail about the knife. Alright, let's talk to him about Manny Cochin. Hello, Master Remastered. I saw you last night, finally, playing Lego Batman, the new one. Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight. Yeah, that's what it was. I was lurking. Not to mention finally followed your channel as well. Alright. Alright. Manny Cochin. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary and the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything: accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. He sure was. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame he had such a bright future ahead of him. I mean, the dude still killed someone. Renovations. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Codopia. Ambassador Paleno, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia. Codopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh, how fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Cadopia.
Hold it!
And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both of Cadopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Betty used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Cadopia. Key used at embassy. This key was stolen from the Cadopian embassy 7 years ago by the Yatagarasu. Ambassador Paleno, this key was stolen from the Cadopian embassy 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time. I'm sorry I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babel became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. Indeed. Alright. Now let's talk to Francisco. Oh wait, before we talk to Francisco. Let's see. Alright, he doesn't know nothing about any of this stuff. So this is the Yatagarasu's key, huh? That's a really nifty trick they built into it. I can't stop playing with it. This is great. It's like one of those transforming toys, sir. Evidence is not meant to entertain, detective. Gumshoe, you silly person. Key, knife, key, knife, key, knife, key, knife. Stop it. Alright. Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? Francisca's return. Why is she here when she is supposed to be overseas in pursuit of a smuggling ring? Alright, now let's see. What about your prosecutor's badge? I have one too, you know. Ah yes, so you do. But seeing as I'm not currently a proper prosecutor, I thought I'd give presenting it a try. Is that any way for you to act towards your superior? Ow. As if threatening a whipping is a proper way of lecturing someone. Miss Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence? Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I also must make sure that my subordinate grow on the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first, and then try presenting again. A simple "I don't have any thoughts about that" would have sufficed. Alright. It appears that he died of a stab wound. Whoever did this had a lot of nerve. I just can't fathom what could have led the killer to turn a knife against a man. I could have fathomed. But I just can't fathom what the prosecutor lashing out with her whip is thinking. Yeah. Would you mind not pointing that in my direction? It's dangerous. And anyway, why are you showing it to me? I have no particular reason. If you have no reason, don't you bring that dangerous object near me. Do you understand? Is she really that oblivious to the irony in that statement? She lets loose that dangerous rip of hers for no reason at all the time. Would you mind not pointing that in my direction? It's dangerous. Anyway, why are you showing it to me? I have no particular reason. Yeah. If you have no reason, don't you bring that dangerous object near me. Do you understand? Is she really that oblivious to the irony in that statement? She lets loose that dangerous whip for hers for no reason all the time. Alright, and now we will talk to Franny. The murder. I was investigating at the Alabastan embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right. The Yatakarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although, there was an incident in the Alabastan embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Ablaze embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastan embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being here. Yatagarasu. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? They would never harm a soul, sir. You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Stealing of secret. The card warned that the Yatagarasu will steal the embassy's dirtiest secret. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. Okay. Alright. Let's see. It's time for logic. Franziska's return. Dealing of secret. Why is she here when she is supposed to be overseas in pursuit of a smuggling ring? The card warned that the Yatagarasu will steal the embassy's dirtiest secret. We will connect that. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret. Franziska, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Francisco about her smuggling case in more depth. Alright, and we will. Smuggling. Francisco, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. Yes, she mentioned that back in case 2. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it is enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Codopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabast and Babel is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. Hang on, everybody. I forgot to do one little thing. Not that it helps, but it's okay. Hit that go live button on Blue Sky. Okay. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Cadopian paper document data jotted down by organizer. Cadopian paper document. Accounting doc related to smuggling. Proves someone in one of the countries is ringleader. Alright, so we got Cadopian paper document. I don't even know what that reads. I don't even know what this means. I do not read Cadopian. We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol. So remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate. She's enjoying the power trip of calling me her subordinate just a tad too much. Okay. Oh, I forgot to check it here. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. The Secretariat's office. Locked safe. The Secretariat's office safe. It can't be opened without the key. Alright. Now then. Back to logic. Motive on knife handle and butterfly of Babel. The butterfly-shaped guard adorns the handle, the murder weapon, national symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabaster flower is its counterpart. The design on the knife's handle is great. It greatly resembles the special Babbly species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus, it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babel. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime scene. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Locked safe. And the key used at embassy. Yep. We know for a fact Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the trove. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay. Hey, there's a hole here, sir. It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. Wow, it's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, don't you think, sir? Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole is shaped so weirdly, you know. Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Nah, there's no way I could ever do that, ho-ho. Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. Silly. It looks like such a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the safe in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? It's merely a coincidence that both safes are empty, Detective. Well, make that a triple coincidence because my piggy bank at home is empty too. I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, Detective. What is this here? It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
Hold it!
Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... It has two compartments. It's sure as heck's not empty. And there is no crack in there. It's a safe within a safe. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct, and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you're so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. Well, it's easy. We just, we go to this here, this edge, and we'll deduce with the Yatagarasu's key. Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Franziska? The shape, it does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used the safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure the safe had two compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatakarasu's key is the key that will open it.
Objection!
The Yatakarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatakarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Hang on. We discovered this trick 7 years ago, and with it, we were able to corner Miss Yu. But who would have thought that I'd never see this key again after all this time? Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatakarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Cadopian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking about? Ah! It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous. Because it looks like a knife, and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe. Yeek! Yes, sir. Opening it now, sir. These items, they're... It's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art, huh, sir? You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy. I didn't think I was in the way. Oh. These pieces of art. They're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. Yes. And now, we shall look inside. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why? Do you have any idea? Why? Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? Yes, she did. Huh. It appears that we found that the key that the Yatagarasu, no, Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. Since it was originally from this embassy, maybe she came back to return it? I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, detective. Okay. Then what do you think, sir? Callisto Yu. For what reason did she steal the key? To build this sort of trick into one safe is really something. Yeah, it's neat how this safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that at the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. I wonder if Mr. Cochin was just paranoid or if he had secrets of that great a value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was going to stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir. Alright. Paper. This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, detective? Mr. Cochin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. Good question. How about we deduce it with our piece of evidence? With the Cadopian paper document.
Eureka!
Take a good look at these documents, Franziska. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. 1, 2, 3. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Ablaze Inc. Ablaze Inc. Ablaze Inc. is a special product of the Republic of Babel. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Hold it!
And that reason is that's classified, it's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. I mean, look, you could totally be a Belmont. For all we know. Franziska von Karma Belmont, maybe. Anyway. Well, I'm not interested. Franziska, you must know that Manny Cochin was a suspect in the KG8 incident. Of course I know, on top of being the head of the smuggling ring. There is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Investigation complete. Woof! Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu. K. Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin.
Mr. Edgeworth, please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yanagarasu in here, and he was already.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes.
Oh,
What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are.
bring it on.
Shina. Why arrest Kay? Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. You don't say, Lady Gaga. You don't say. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu. Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu.
Look how many times I have to tell you. I was only out to capture the fake Yanagarasu.
Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well. Then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of.
That look. Alright, Lady Gaga, let's dance.
She reminds me of Lady Gaga.
Alright.
So Agent Shina suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. But if I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, then I may be able to begin to reason with her. Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight.
Hold it!
They say they may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yatagarasu that committed murder looted us. Of course, I chased after Yatagarasu that entered the Babalese embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy.
Hold it!
The confusion caused by the fire. Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. And most importantly, other than her, there is no one else in here with a body.
Hold it!
I really don't think that I really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer by default. No, but if you saw the self-purported Yatagarasu standing in front of a body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious yourself? Ugh. Even so, I'd still listen to what that person had to say before I passed judgment. Ha! Are you talking about yourself in those times when you were under suspicion? I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you really should experience. I personally know that feeling really well, sir. And given my situation, I now know exactly what it's like too. I'm fine with never experiencing it, ever. Are you done with your little group conference? So Agent Shino suspects Kei of murder simply because Kei is the Yatagarasu. But I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, but I may be able to begin to reason with her. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key.
Hold it!
So you're claiming that Kay knew that the foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, the Yatakarasu was out to steal a dirty secret, which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong. It was a fake that sent that card. Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. The Yatakarasu's goal, huh? You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. Yeah, really. So, you could present either the key or the Cadopian paper document here.
Objection!
Agent Shinna, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh, even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. She's sweating. That smile, though. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked. It's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Hold it. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on him.
Objection!
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Hold it. Need, reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe second compartment before returning the key. Urgh. But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Hold it. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. Definitive evidence. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assumed she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special three-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. Ugh, that is your definitive evidence. You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because you were chasing the suspicious person? That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl's scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me. Hold it. You continue to insist that there was such a person. But if there was, where did they go? That, I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. All right. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh, she has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't. Kay, don't worry. If he didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Hold it. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument, if you can. Don't worry. I can and I will. Alright, Lady Gaga, round 2. Definitive evidence. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife.
Hold it!
Does this mean that you already have the results back? We have confirmed that the shape of the Ablaze knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensics teams with your own.
Objection!
I won't if you don't understand. I hope I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear. I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead. That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding.
Hold it!
You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that girl's scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there, motionless with the knife in her hands. But I already told you, Ali came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights and then... You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of a suspect. The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. I assumed she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim.
Hold it!
I ask that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. Urgh. Hold it. Miles Edgeworth, know that an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated. My subordinate. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for? Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Heh. Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Shidna, please continue with your testimony. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other.
Hold it!
About the 3-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Paleno for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babel, engraved on him. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastan set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see. Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument.
Hold it!
No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you to not decide that for me. That is a weird looking... Look at that, there's like the Statue of Liberty, and like... That's a weird curve. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is.
Objection!
Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? How dare? Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Good. Stay mad. Perhaps. Or our definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the 2 of you done chatting? Agent Shina's proof is the Babalese knife that Kay was allegedly holding. Yeah. So, how are you going to prove that Kay didn't do it, sir? If Agent Shina wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, then I must show, with evidence, that Kay couldn't have committed the murder. But do you have such evidence, sir? Yes, there is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me. and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Shina. Alright. This statement right here. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. There is a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle of this knife is removable. I guess so people could change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people will remove the handle just for fun, detective. So this is what took Mr. Coach's life. Some of his blood is still in the blade. Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir? Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Alright.
Objection!
So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? Yup. Here we go. As you can see, the Ablaze knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knives. Oh hey, take care, man. Yeah, no worries, man. Sure thing, dude. Peace, man. And proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with a butterfly-themed knife. Damaged. This should clear up any and all suspicion surrounding Kay. Babbly's knife handle data jotted down my organizer. Babbly's knife handle swapped with the real murder weapon's handle. Its blade has yet to be found. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there, in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not, and could not have been Mr. Colchin's killer. Oh my gosh! Olu! You finally came back from your BRB status! I was like, after Olu posted BRB, I was like, we were waiting and waiting and waiting. since Monday, and we were like, "Isn't Lou gonna come back? Maybe from the store?" Listen, it's I'm just messing. I know. I get it. It's all good. It's all right. I was just messing. It's cool. It's cool. I've been enjoying your progress on Mina. Nah, it's cool, Lou. I was just messing. Grabbed you. Mina grabbed you, or Milk grabbed you. Mina has been fun. Yes, Mina has been wonderful. Oh man. Yes. This is quite a bit of Mr. Coach's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have become accustomed to seeing blood. But this is not what is, but this is not what is important right now. No, the handle. Well, no, the lack there of a handle. I meant the middle of the blade. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, will this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? No. The answer is clearly not a chance. Now, to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower, with this, that would be the Ablaze knife handle. Swap with the real murder weapon's handle. Its blade has yet to be found. Oh, let's take a look at that. Examine. A knife handle with a butterfly on it. I wonder where the blade that this should be attached to is. Okay. But yeah, it's this right here.
Take that!
This piece of evidence will make everything clear to you. Oh no, I messed up. I can't quite figure out what you're trying to prove with that. That is, if you're that uncertain, then I demand you try again. Yes, that's exactly what I was about to do. It would appear that this piece of evidence was not sufficient enough. No. I should think this over once again, calmly and rationally. The flower marked engraved into the blade, and the butterfly on the handle. There must be something that can put these two symbols into correct context for us. Yeah, my bad. Nah, that wasn't the handle. It was the over here. The embassy guide. That. Kingdom of Alabast. That has the symbol of the Kingdom of Alabast. The Kingdom of Alabast still produces the very luxurious Kodopian paper, which was renowned for its extremely high quality. Republic of Babel. The Republic of Babel is the sole producer of Babyliss ink, which is made from white crystal. It is also known to generously offer coupons. Coupon. I used to always say coupon, but I know it's also pronounced coupon. 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 Coupon? Coupon. Anyway. Yeah, this was a tricky one.
Take that!
Lady Gaga sweating again. Yeah, boosh. No. Got my kitty. Mm, it's boosh. Over here. Alright. You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. Eh, got hit. This part of the knife handle has Babel's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babelese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. I mean, with a knife handle like that, maybe you can just... Never mind. Details, who needs it? You can't just like bludgeon somebody with it. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Shina?
After the fire had broken out.
That's right. Kay entered the Babelese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastan side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastan object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer.
Whoop! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory. That's a lot of ellipses. Ellipses. A lot of dots.
Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An alabaster knife here?
Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babel? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates.
Kay?
Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent. I mean, you believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really, but...
Come on, you don't have to be shy about it.
Hold it.
Hold it. Your argument is still not airtight.
Would you care to elaborate?
I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there's still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
We didn't start the fire! Preposterous! On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing?
The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Michena. Yes. I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some impostor to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Shina. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay?
Um, K. No, bad. Don't just announce that you're going to be stealing something. And they're just sunglasses. Well, I guess you better get going. Going to where? To the kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastan knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastan embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. His theme is so good. It reminds me of something that I would hear from Zanbare Goemon series, Legend of the Mystical Ninja, as it's also called. If it's, I don't know, it gives me that big Goemon vibe to it. I think that's just me though. That's a cool series. Oh snap! Shi Long Lang pushes back, and now everybody, it begins. I mean, we just got past the beginning, and now I'm going to do the next three parts of the middle. I am definitely saving the finale for tomorrow. For anybody that knows, this is a long case. 7 parts. Okay, so one down, three more parts to go for this session. Because yeah, I'm going to just be doing the 4 parts for today and the final 3 parts for tomorrow. Just giving you all a little heads up once again. Okay, let her safety save. There we go. March 14th, 7:44 p.m. Theatrim Neutralis Lobby. Oh snap. Count off. One, 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 one. One, 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 one. One, 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 one. I love this. One, one. Shifu. 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. And you. Yeah, you. The second number one from my right. Sir. Yes, sir. Here. A birthday present for you. What? Tifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. Oh. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Not his birthday. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, I typed that down a while ago. He said that before. Okay, proceeding. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. That's like that one Spaceball quote. Father's I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing. That's too good. Younger brothers. Younger brothers. Hang on. Younger brother's wife's younger brother. Jeez, that's too funny. That's too good. Okay. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remembered that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. All right, meeting's over, everyone. Head for your posts. Dismissed. Sir. Yo, were you the guys there the whole time? Shilong Lei boasts he has the highest arrest rates in Interpol. He is after the smuggling ring. Yo, were you the guys there the whole time? I got a call from Shinna, and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastan embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabas has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. Too many cooks! Too many cooks! I remember that skit from Adult Swim. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Brr. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Hold it. Hold it. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Oh boy. Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lacked the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling carcass! Curse your frailty and inability to affect change in your country! What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see?
Oh, no way. Hold it. Hold it. Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Ablaze embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Coupon.
All right, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay, anyway.
All right. You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in.
Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Gumshoe, please.
That was funny. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet.
Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! Well, at the time, she was the riding crop lady. You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu.
The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. Ah, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he has done for me.
Yay. Alright. Uno momento. Alright. Just checking stuff. Right. Here I am, moving around as Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's go around for a bit first.
The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower. The knife with the flower design on it that we found in the Babylonese embassy. It would appear that it is definitely connected to the Kingdom of Alabast. You have been granted permission to enter by Ambassador Alba. Please feel free to enter the Flower Nation, the Kingdom of Alabast. The Flower Nation, you say? Well, the garden certainly lives up to that name. Yes, it does. Our rose garden, which is in full bloom right now, is really something else. Oh, if only it wasn't. I could enjoy myself a bit more then. I could see the courtyard and the Alabastian embassy through this window. But this side is under the name. But this side is under the same dire straits as the Babalese side. An incident has occurred on both sides of this one building. Why must fate make everything in my life so full of complexities? These flowers are a gift from the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. It appears that their business has boomed since they became a Steel Samurai sponsor. Okay. The Steel Samurai and Jamin Ninja stage shows were held just beyond these doors. After the Jamin Ninja's show ended, we came out here and were greeted with fire. Then the appearance of the Yatagarasu and a murder. We're far from solving anything yet. You got that right. This is just beginning. There is a flat panel, a VCR, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. There might be a clue among these. I had better check the titles of these videos. My, the things I put myself through for the sake of the investigation. Oh, stop, Edgeworth. You just want to take a break and watch Steel Samurai. Stop hiding it. These flowers are a gift from Global Studios. They seem to be prospering quite a bit thanks to their constant stream of hit shows. The Babalese embassy is just outside this window. The burn marks on it look pretty bad. It's a shame that they were in the middle of renovations. The fire did little to help there. And behind me, Ambassador Paleno's dry smile hides the tears in his eyes. Oh. The national flag of the Republic of Babao is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly. The Babalese embassy, which sits to the right of the theater, and the Alabashtan embassy, which sits to the left. Something has happened in each of the two embassies. I sense that unconventional methods will be required to solve both of these mysteries. May I ask you to please move out of the way? I'm sorry, sir, but we are currently clearing the area beyond of fallen burnt brush. I ask for your patience until we are done. Very well. Oh, and I hope the brush clearing goes smoothly. Detective Gumshoe, counting on you to keep Kay safe. Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir. And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. We'll go investigate into the Babao side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy. All they're missing is the last stooge. Hey, be nice, Edgeworth. Hey, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, alright? What if you had run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like I'm talking with my father. Is that so? Do you really seem that old to her? Do I really seem that old to her? Yes. Anyway, let us talk to this dude. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing! Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational! He really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. More coupons. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babalese ink, it's made exclusively in Babao. So this is Babbly's ink. We make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Babbly's ink. Data jotted down my organizer. Babbly's ink. Special white crystal oil-based ink. Limited to export because of some specific reason. Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Silly. Now then. Ambassador Paleno, I mean your debt. You know, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? Oh, okay, it's the same text. The check mark showed me that I had already talked or... Yeah, alright. Now we'll talk to Franziska or Franny. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Oh yeah, the dude from Case 2. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babbly's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babbly's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info.
Hold it!
Franziska, as your subordinate, I'm a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well. I'll fill you in. Smooth. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhangfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced. The counterfeits are being made with Babble's special Babbly's ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babbly's ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. Babbly's ink data updated. My organizer. Special white crystal oil-based ink. Limited export because of its use in counterfeiting. That's where this document comes to play, correct? Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babbly's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Ablaze embassy, we're looking into the Alabastion embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Counterfeit bills data jotted down by organizer. Counterfeit bills, made with Ablaze ink. They are in circulation in Zhangfa. It's hard to tell they're fake. Well, shall we get going? Hold it. What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Ablaze side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Oh boy. March 14th, 8:17 p.m. Alabastion Embassy. Ambassador's Office. Okay, March 14th, 8:17 p.m. Alabastion Embassy. Ambassador's Office. Hmm. Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? Oh no. Oh no. You're... Reggie! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! Oh no. I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven! It appeared! Poof! And it disappeared! Swoosh! And though I am the steel samurai, my sword it... Wow, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? You don't remember Larry Butts? You know, you were one of his subjects back in Trials and Tribulations. Case 5. I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo-O Tokyo, milady. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind. You act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind! I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see. That is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by 1. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry! It was you! It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Huh? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are you beat red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Hold it. Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Haha. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what you of what you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Mask the second. Uh-oh. Mask the second. Oh no, everybody. Mask the second is dead. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Chifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang. Hold it. Oh, look who's back. Look who's here. He looks exactly the same, except he has gray hair now and not black hair. Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You. Let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day, 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu, non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. What's incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's M.O. very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. Oh boy, Detective Bad. Ah. Let's see. Kirkus Alba, 72 years old, geez. Ambassador of Alabast, also retired army man. May explain why he's overly harsh on himself. Larry Butts, the man under the steel samurai mask, a friend. The suspect in the Mask the Second case. Tyrell Bad. Eagle-eyed homicide detective. His partner was killed 7 years ago. He's here after Callisto U. Shucks. Alright. Let's present stuff for flavor text. Detective Bad, I'm wondering if you might be able to tell me something about this. Sorry, but I don't give a hoot about things that aren't related to the Yatagarasu. Huh. It looks like nothing about you has changed in these 7 years, huh? Hmm. Daughter of Von Karma, you're still just a sapling of a prosecutor, so. I'll have you know that I've already grown into a stately tree of a prosecutor. Heh, is that right? Is he just toying with Franziska? He seems to be enjoying this quite a bit. Yes. I wonder if you might take a look at this, detective. Yeah, I heard. Kochin's dead. What a waste. He's staring at his mirror with his eyes unfocused and his jaw clenched tight. Alright. Detective Bad, this is something you absolutely need to see. What is that doing here? I've been looking for that for 7 long years. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine this turn of events. Without a doubt, this means that she is involved. That you, woman. Alright. I wonder if you might take a look at this, Detective Bad. Yeah, I heard. Kochin's dead. What a waste. Alright. I'm just fishing for more flavor text. Detective Bad, if you could please take a look at this for me. I see. The truth that lies beyond this piece of evidence is not going to be fun. Are you ready to take it on? Of course I am. I don't know how close to the truth you are, but there are only a few things I can say. So listen up and listen well. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. That would be a good piece of advice if I was a detective. Alright. Okay, we're gonna talk to him now about the initial investigation. About the murder of the Master Second, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene, taking advantage of the chaos. The Master Second, he broke into this embassy, probably to steal some treasure or another. But I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, detective? Suspect. Initial investigation. That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reason you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabaston Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who have been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into his room. No! Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Indeed. Alabastion Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Alright, one moment. Let me, I just want to make sure okay, never mind. I'm just gonna get rid of this one notification. Alright. Proceeding. I was checking stream. Alright. Okay then. We sure have a lot to examine and talk to. Alright. There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Ablaze knives, which means that the blade inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking cranny. Alright. Alright. Oh, look at that. Look at that plant. What is that plant supposed to be? Franziska, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Messed up. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is made up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what. I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Prima Duck's statue and Babau's. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Babalese knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that an Alabashtan knife did find its way to Babao. But how? Okay. Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah, hold on. This is silly. Now we're going to deduce the spear. With the autographs.
Eureka!
Larry, about this spear.
Oh, are you feeling it? Bam!
I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent?
What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo!
I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape.
Ah!
What do you have to say to that?
I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around. And bam! It hit the wall. You... Unbelievable. This is an embassy. But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man!
Larry, clarify that for me, will you?
Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself.
Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall.
Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything.
That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend.
Man, Edgy, you're so naive.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside.
You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. Ugh, that's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Samurai Spear data jotted down my organizer. Samurai Spear, weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against the wall and bent it. It's hollow. Ah, alright. Ah. Oh, let's talk to Francisco. Yes, the investigation. I've only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be on understanding what the current situation is. Of course, I was planning to do that from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will, so let's get started. In order to find out the truth behind what's happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. Mask the Mask second. Mask the Mask. I see that yet another weirdo has popped up at my absence. Yes, and as I understand it, he was a brilliant thief to whom the world with his... Yes, and as I understand it, he was a brilliant thief to whom the world was his oyster. He stole extremely valuable objects one after another for a while. Detective Gumshoe was in charge of the case, and not once did he catch the mask. If I had already researched all that, you know. Last year, when the mask gave himself up and was finally arrested, he was apparently represented by that man. By that man! They're referencing case 2 of Trials and Tribulations. Knowing him, I'm almost curious as to how insane that trial turned out to be. Indeed. But why would anyone want to kill the mask? I should really find out some more about the victim. We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through the Interpol. So remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate. She's enjoying the power trip, calling me her subordinate just a tad much. What do you think of this piece of evidence? Well, since you asked so nicely as my subordinate, I'll answer you. However, as your superior, I also must make sure that my subordinate grows in the job. Therefore, please gather your own thoughts together first. Try presenting some. Okay, yeah. She doesn't know. Flavor text. Recently, incredibly well-forged counterfeit bills have been found coming out of Zhenghua. Counterfeits made using Ablaze ink, that is. The smuggling ring that I've been chasing is the group behind the whole operation. But mark my words, no one involved in it will escape my whip. They will all know pain. Humph. What am I getting whipped for? Recently, incredibly well-forged counterfeit bills have been found coming out of Zhenghua. Counterfeits made using Ablaze ink, that is. The smuggling ring that I've been chasing is the group behind the whole operation. Mark my words, no one involved in it will escape my whip. They will all know pain. What am I getting whipped for? Miss Von Karma. Okay. Alright. Let's, let's see. There. was the exact same statue sitting in that Ablaze office we examined. It's the Primiduck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babao claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Alabas Primiduck statue data jotted down by organizer. Alabas Primiduck statue. Both countries claim to own real one, national treasure. Only ambassador and secretariat can touch. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's a Primiduck statue. There is one of these on the Babelese side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was a national treasure of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babao claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna... Alright. Let's examine the victim. So this is the victim, Damas II. What is with this gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask the Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the other Garasu? I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. That's alright. All I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. Jeez. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. I thought that the mask had quit the business. This guy, he is the copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. And just to get this out of the way, the name Kashino is a play on the word casino. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damas II. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Ooh. Hashino, Master II, second. Opportunist unrelated to the first Damask, found in Alabast, real name Kashino. There is not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. We got your point about 3 foolishes back, Franziska. That's funny. Uh, so this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Samurai sword. Samurai sword data, jotted down in my organizer. Weapon that's used on stage. Is thought to be what killed the Master II. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth the Master II used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Nope. Weapon that's used on stage is thought to be what killed the Master II. Oh boy. Okay. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Passion flowers. Passion flowers data, jotted down on my organizer so that I may remember its name. Two large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing. Okay. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. It's a fireplace by the looks of it. I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Okay. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about the top knot there? Clearly there is a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors? Photo of Steel Samurai Dita, jotted down my organizer. Taken in front of Alabas statue for murder. Photo of Steel Samurai. Okay. The counterpart to the Babbly's butterfly is the Alabastan flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabas provides honey to Babal? Franziska, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then. Let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Ahem. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Franziska, why can't you just admit I had something there? She will never admit it. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? Yeah. You did some investigating over in the Ablaze embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang Z says, a wolf who aims to hunt for two rabbits at once. Lang Z says, a wolf who aims to hunt for rabbits. A wolf who aims to hunt for two rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after two hares will catch neither. Heh. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling two cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. Let's see. He who runs after two hares will catch neither. He who runs after two hares will catch neither. I also like that. That's so cool. Oh, game disappeared. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's see. There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babali side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to the Babalese butterfly is the Alabastan flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things, but can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal? Franziska, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Oh, this is the same text I read earlier. Yeah, except we could do it from here. That's funny. Alright, now then. I believe we can deduce something here. Maybe. Oh, whoop. Hang on. Let's go back to Hashino. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Oh, look at that. Alabaz, Primaduck statue, 5th floor, ambassador's office. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Permaduck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the death of the Permaduck statue? The Master Second's the note. The Master Second's note dated jotted down by organizer. Request for the death of the Permaduck statue with a map to where the statue is. Alright. So, we got ourselves a note. Alright. Passion flowers, they are a most beautiful flower. Indeed, they are a magnificent species. But always be mindful of the fact that beautiful flowers have painful thorns. I suppose that advice coming from a woman with a whip is best heeded. Alright. Let's see. Oh, wait. Permaduck statue. It's a statue of the founder of Codopia, Permadux. Because it's the national treasure, I've heard that only a few are allowed access to it. Hold on, everyone. It's a little wolf. My apologies, everybody. I had to take care of something. There's one thing I do not like, it's interruptions. It's okay, I mean, they don't understand yet, but... Jeez. Alright. Alright. Because it's the national treasure, I've heard that only a few are allowed access to it. That's exactly right. Even we're not allowed to touch it. Not without the ambassador's permission, anyway. If we lay even a single finger on it, bam, it's instant jail time. Understood. So it's that precious of a national treasure that a single touch can lead to arrest. And yet, I sense that there is something off about the statue. What is the source of this unease I feel? Alright. We're gonna talk to Larry now, the Steel Samurai. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about.
Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too.
What is it?
It's like both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me?
Promise?
What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book. Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yo! So yeah, just as a reminder, this definitely does take place after trials and tribulations, and before Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. I made no such promise.
Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers.
Alright.
Let's see. Larry, I wonder if you might know what this is.
No, not a clue.
You didn't even look at it.
No, that's because the only thing I can see right now is the form of my lovely Francie. Oh, in that case, allow me to help you sear my form into you for all eternity. Eek! Ah! Whippity! Whip! Trip!
Oh god. Now, this is a trip I'm willing to endorse. Especially if we can finally get some peace here. Wow. Let's... Let's see.
Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh? What, you want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that of me.
What are you prattling on about now?
Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine.
I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself?
Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh, what? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that of me.
Oh, same text.
Oh, hey, it's a Steel Samurai.
I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. Whoa. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you?
Yep, sure was.
Larry! You?
Steel Samurai Sushi Slash!
I was moved by the performance of this man? Yes. This completely useless, worthless bum? I fear I may never recover from this. Nope. You will not.
Alright. Alright, I don't think he will know nothing about the other evidence. He was gonna get whipped to death. Oh, wait. Oh, hey, it's a Steel Samurai.
I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, may let you live.
Oh,
Same text. Alright, as the other text.
alright. I'm gonna move on now. Actually, after I show him one more thing. Alright. Yeah, he wouldn't know. Alright. Moving along. Got that wonderful flavor text. Steel Samurai. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Donim now? They misspelled Donim. Where's the X? Oh, there it is. That was okay. That was actually the pronunciation too. Loris Donim. That's Donim. Loris Donim. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Ow, 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 ow. Now I remember. You're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, no, no. You got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Oh no, he gave up being an artist. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. Banjolina? Like Angelina? Angelina Jolie? She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane flattery makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. Oh, okay, it's part-time for him. Because last I checked, Larry is still Laurie Stoneham, or still Larry Butts, because he was still an artist. You know, he did that little picture in the DLC case in Spirit of Justice. But this is, of course, years, like, yeah. Spirit of Justice hasn't happened yet. He may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really, it's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Time of the murder. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always the center of some insane event. Edgy! How can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Hey, okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine, however. I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So, you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. I'll take more than that. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess, now. Oh, okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero. Legendary hero? Santa Claus. Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there, there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. Smoke from chimney. Smoke was pouring out of the chimney when Larry thought to climb down. And well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? No! Edgeworth! Stop! You monster! How freaking dare you? Hang on. I'm just gonna capture this. That's messed up. That is messed up, everybody. We have here a man that does not believe in Santa Claus. He doesn't believe that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Monster. I forgot he said this. I'm gonna have to reconsider who my favorite character in the series is now.
Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know?
Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Hang on. Hang on. I need to capture this too. This is too freaking funny. Oh my god. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history.
Aw, crud!
It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder.
Come on, man! What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it will be the idea. Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Wait. The Ides of March is the day in the Roman calendar marked on as the Ides, roughly the midpoint of a month of Marches, corresponding to 15th March? Wow. Okay. Neat. Hooray for learning. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. Says the one who doesn't believe in Santa Claus. That's too funny.
No! Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court.
No, we're not. Murder weapon. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon.
Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know.
Yes, apparently you did.
And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse.
Oh my god. Hang on. I'm gonna capture this for myself too. That's just too funny. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry.
Edgy, you believe me! I just knew that our friendship is something special.
Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Alright. Hmm. There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Ablaze embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it. Really, I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design, the material it's made of strikes a good balance to the plants.
Hey, you two! Now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me!
Be quiet.
Heck!
This is all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. Yes. There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature. Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once. Grandeur of nature once, long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly loved nature. This coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors. She just had to go there again, didn't she? Yep. Because she's petty. Let's see. Alright. Let us deduce the statue. Ah.
Eureka!
Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-notch hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched this statue around the time of the crime. Alabas Permaduct statue data updated by organizer. Both countries claim to own real one, national treasure, signs it was moved during murder. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Oh no.
Yo, Pink Princess! How are you feeling? Still feeling ill?
And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabashtan embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak of her as well. Oh no. Here goes. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess. Oh no. If you would please answer me. Oh no. She's back again, everybody. Yay.
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen 2 days in a row? Right. Because, yeah. Case 3 leads into case 5. That's too funny.
What? Are you Miss Oldbag?
Why are you so surprised?
Ah, so you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now.
You are acquaintances with Larry.
Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know.
That's true. It was in case 3. In the Trials and Tribulations. No, excuse me, rephrasing. It was case 2. Case 2. She didn't physically appear, but she was referenced in case 2 in Trials and Tribulations. And she did show up in the ending as well. In Trials and Tribulations. And Larry did mention that she was yeah, she was training Larry as a security guard at the time.
Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous.
No.
I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep. So I came over to complain.
No. No, please, no.
So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo.
You misjudged him. Oh no. Ex-security lady. The woman behind the pink princess mask. I believe her real name is Wendy Oldbag. Why don't you put her name there? Jeez. You misjudged him?
I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. At least he's honest.
But it looks like the winds have shifted, and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I chase you for forever, to the ends of the earth.
Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisco and I actually see eye to eye.
What's this, a present for me?
No, obviously, I can't simply give you a piece of evidence.
I see. You're just embarrassed to give it to me in front of all these people.
No.
But don't worry, I can wait. A present of love from my edgy poo is beyond worth it.
What a bother. If you only knew how much, Francisco. Oh my god, yeah. This is like her first time meeting her too. Alright, she would have known nothing about any of this stuff, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right. I am not gonna get any flavor text out of her. Alright. Here goes. Alright. Talk to Pink Princess. Now then, ahem. What are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gateswater Land as the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
Yesterday. That was yesterday! Yes.
Look, I worked at Global Studios before. A long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning. Kind of out of the blue, actually.
They called you?
Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement.
Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio?
I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But that poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a...
Oh no, she's ranting. Stop, please. No. Help me. Okay.
But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, I'm not exactly great at reading that strange font they use. Plus, I was called in to be a stand-in at the very last second, so I tripped over all the most important lines. I threw that ragdoll instead of the shuriken, hit the steel samurai instead of the enemy, and the audience was in an uproar, but as an avant-garde actress, they'll forgive me, because I tell you, they're really just a bunch of simpletons.
You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct?
You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look.
It appears that she is telling the truth. Stand-in request. Stand-in request data jotted down in my organizer. Request for Miss Oldbag to stand in for Mindy, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker.
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight.
I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you think he could get my name right? There's no accent in my name.
That's true. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before?
But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe.
Where do I factor into this?
You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo?
Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own... If you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
Letter from a stalker. Data jotted down my organizer. Letter from a stalker. For Miss Oldbag. Has mistakes from bad penmanship.
So this person will be descending on me from above tonight, huh? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me.
If you could please not cling on to my personage. Honestly, beautiful people have it so hard. All it took was for me to be up on that stage for a little while and a stalker is born. Actually, the whole time while you were up on that stage, you were in costume. Therefore, no one should have recognized you, or what you looked like underneath. But there is that thing, you know. They say people can identify you by your aura. So even without seeing my face, my stalker could see the beauty within me. So you see, that's how I charmed the pants off Ben. Off of Ben. Charm, you preposterous. Scary. Time of the murder. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show is over, I have nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Used the fireplace. At the time of the crime, Miss Oldbag was warming her hip in the room next door. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Aw, look who it is! Prosecutor Von Karma. I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Aw, look, it's a doggo. Good work. You may leave now, officer. Oh. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Woof woof. Aw. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. Aw. I forgot this little scene. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile. Missile! It's Missile, everybody. You know, Missile, the dog. You can borrow him from Gumshoe, and he ends up eating all of Larry's samurai dogs. It's optional. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go. Aw. Little wiggle. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Aw. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Franziska, isn't that an official samurai dog? Yep, and it has a steel samurai's face on it. Grrr. Ah, no. Bad Missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the steel samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. It looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. What? I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. Oh god. I totally forgot about that line of dialogue. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirts would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. Lady's undershirt data jotted down in my organizer. Found in office fireplace. There's only one person here who would own such a shirt. Oh my god. Oh, Missile. Whoa! He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve the case. Alright, that was cute. Alright. Let's talk. Missile. We borrowed this dog from the local precinct. But is he really capable of handling this case? I thought police dogs are usually of a much larger breed. He may be small, but he's an excellent police dog. Furthermore, he was raised by Detective Gumshoe. You had me thinking the dog was capable until you said that he was raised by Scruffy. Yes, well, I suppose that wasn't the best of arguments to use. Sorry, everybody. Stand and request. Alright. What is that plant supposed to be? Franziska, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Stand and request. Nah, he wouldn't know anything about this. Wait, maybe. Alright, nah. Alright. And now, it's time to go talk to Old Bag. On a strange twist of events. Because they needed a stand-in, I was able to become a heroine just like that. I assume that the actual reason you were called in is due to a lack of personnel. Well, there's that too. But no matter what you say, it's obvious that I have presence. I bet that's how I caught the eye of the director. I ask you, is being beautiful really such a crime? I suspect even the director is lamenting the lack of personnel from the depths of his heart. So this person will be descending on me from above tonight, huh? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me! If you could please not, oh yeah. Honestly, beautiful people have it so hard. Oh, it's a, yeah. Alright, same. Here goes. Ladies' undershirt. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt.
Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at this crime scene.
What?
Come now. Why don't you just confess and explain what it's going... Come now. Why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing. Nothing. I tell you.
What?
Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgy Poo.
Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room?
Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think it'd be as calm? Do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this.
Oh no. Oh no. Stop. Ranting. No, please.
Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. It's always my fault for some reason or another. That weekly tabloid article is missing. The camera's missing. That lawyer always makes sure it's my fault. They're missing. Speaking of missing, there's the matter of my husband. Can you believe when we got married, he said, I guess I'm stuck marrying you. What kind of way to propose is that? What he should have done is, he should have whispered in my ear, I don't deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days.
Wait. She had a husband, apparently? I totally forgot that. I don't know if he's no longer around or if they're divorced. And yet she's so freaking, well, horny for Edgeworth.
Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days.
Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the other shirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours.
Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me.
And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. Oh boy. Samurai dogs. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo.
Hold it!
If you could just stick to what I asked you.
Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag?
No.
You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy.
A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy?
So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions?
Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me in my question. Are you going to stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor.
I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show.
Well, by preparations, you mean sampling them as well.
Excuse me.
Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... what is it now? Oh, I know, I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? Well, I'll only give you one, the rest are all for me.
Samurai dogs forced onto me. Oh my god. Samurai dogs, present for embassy staff. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. I mean, you never met Will Powers. He was awesome. He was such a good guy.
This thing really showed me not to underestimate the taste of a snack meant for kids.
Was it really that tasty?
Don't tell me you haven't had one yet. In that case, I'll just have to feed you one. Now open wide, here comes the hot dog train.
No, that's perfectly alright. I'm currently on the job right now. Oh god, no. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my gosh. Be right back, everybody. I'm going to go into logic mode. Because I have enough. I have a few. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna leave you with this music for a bit. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay. I returned, everyone.
right. Oh man, I didn't realize how. It's fine. I know how long I'm committed to this. It's fine. I'm gonna keep going. All right. Huh. Hmm. Let's compare the smoke from the chimney and use the fireplace. Smoke is pouring out of the chimney when Larry thought to climb down. At the time of the crime, Miss Oldbag was warming her hip in the room next door. There is no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Ahem. Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what are you proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you are implying? Precisely. The office fireplace and the one in Miss Oldbag's room share the same chimney. So, the lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ah, why are you getting all excited over holding on to a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There is an X on the back wall of of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. What in the wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room, there appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through the room's fireplace. Connected fireplaces. Ambassador Alba's office fireplace is connected to the neighboring room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the masked second killer now, are you?
No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So, she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the mass the seconds the murder. Investigation complete. Yay, refill my health. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me.
Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy.
Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is.
My lie?
I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us.
What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me, no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already, if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world, and then kill myself.
Don't do that, Larry.
And throw everything into mass confusion!
You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you.
Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who is ready to die is strong-willed, you know?
Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of hair-blade trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you.
Edgy!
Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this.
All right, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened? What didn't happen? The works.
Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. Yes, what did you do? Testimony up on the rooftop.
After the show, I left the push cart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then, they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore.
But it's kinda ultra embarrassing.
And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me?
Edgy? Man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me.
As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I am not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. Up on the rooftop. Alright.
After the show, I left the push cart in the rose garden and came into the embassy.
Hold it!
You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me?
Yeah, so the wheels of the push cart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would have made a mess on the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it.
Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy.
Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy.
And what was she doing?
Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs in a stretcher.
She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show.
So I came into the embassy, right? And then...
Oh, that's not all, man. That is not all. Larry's not the only one. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador.
Hold it!
Behold, the Pink Princess is everyone's favorite character, Wendy Oldbag. Teehee, teehee. Double the fun! Oh, and Tyro Bad's back. Oh, and this is Master Master Second. He's just a fanatic. The self-proclaimed successor to the first Master Mask. Oh, and he's also dead. So we gotta find. So it's a double murder now, by the way. No, your favorite character, Chuckman. Your favorite character. So, you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy? Yes. As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is that, all of you? What is it with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies. No. You're already telling us nothing but lies. So let it go and move on. Alright, already. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. She traded her laser for a sword. She has a rapier as the Pink Princess. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around.
Hold it!
Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know! I get it! I'm totally the bad guy again! I thought you're his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Z says, true friends are bosom friends. Oh. I like the sound of that. Bosom. True friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy! I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Ancient Ling is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? Oh, and Missile came back too, the dog. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. Yeah, hold it. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. Oh my god. As I suspected, you do have something to hide, Larry. But what could be so embarrassing that you'd be willing to go to jail for it? This man's mind is a complete mystery to me. I believe it's a secret to everyone, of a normal mindset how Larry's mind works. However, taking into account his usual woman-obsessed way of thinking, I believe that his lie, this time, is also related to a woman, and this is what I intend to prove. So then, I wanted to play Santa, and decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa.
Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already.
He did. Case 4, first game.
That was down at Gourd Lake.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Poor Edgeworth. Accused of murder at Gourd Lake. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Raise an objection. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Yes, he's dealing.
Hey, Edgy! That's so incredibly mean!
Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world?
Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to.
I was, delivering a present to a child, not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie is still a lie.
You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present onto was most certainly this. It was Wendy.
Take that!
Here's some context, Chuck.
Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your lovely night.
He put an accent on above the E too, and Wendy did state that.
That's not how my name is spelt.
Like, no, it's like
My name has no accent on the E.
interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Old Bag so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow!
I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. Oh, I got his autograph too, by the way. Larry gave this to Edgeworth.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence.
No way!
But
It's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You acting so high and mighty, and then you bully me. And that's why I refuse to look at it.
be quiet, just take a look.
Well, if you say so, Franzi, but only because you say so.
Some people never change, even if their attitudes do change at the whim of women.
So what's up with that anyway?
Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course.
Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need to write now, so I'll just give it back to you.
What?
I've got you on the ropes now, don't I?
Yeah. Was that piece of evidence related to the question at hand? Yes. I need to think through this one more time. That was funny. That was really, really funny, but it was also really wrong. Larry didn't know one very important fact when he tried to sneak into the old bat's room. And the fact is best summed up with this. Right.
Take that!
No, that wasn't it. Larry didn't know one very important fact when he tried to sneak into the old bat's room. Let's see. Okay, it wasn't the letter from the stalker. And it wasn't the Steel Samurai's autograph. So what the heck was it again? Right. My bad. It was the stand and request, cause oh yeah, Chuck, before Mindy, she had a cold. It's somebody named Mindy. And she had to take over Wendy had to take over for Mindy. So yeah, it was a stand-in request.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress.
Hold it. Well, that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam! I tell you! You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way.
Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy?
To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure.
Hold it. Hey, Edgy. Looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now.
But we're not in court at the moment. No, we're not.
Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Z says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. Ooh, I like that. I am collecting all of these. We shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
All right, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in the Battle of Wits.
Yeah, right. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Uh, testimony. Larry's assertion. So, you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. Why, hello there, Sunshan and Lollipops. Oh, hey there. Hi, welcome to my stream. That's a nice name. I wish I had some lollipops. I kind of wanted one as a prop when I was you know, voicing Detective Bad last week. I'm doing well. I am doing awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to my stream. Very nice to have you here. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! Oh no. You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one... Oh no, she's ranting. Let's check out her rants. Aw, thank you for commenting on my Larry voice. I tried my best. Let's see. So it was you. You're my stalker, but I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the type of woman who's wholly focused on one man, and one man only. And as long as Edgy Poo is alive, I can't just drop him and be unfaithful. No, I can't. Although, earlier, I was tempted just a tiny whitey bit by that wolf man. But that was just a test of my love for my dear Edgy Poo, which I passed with flying colors. From now on, I will stay completely true to my beloved Edgy Poo for the rest of eternity. I swear it. I know. Even though, even though her rants aren't important, I am a fan of flavor text, and I do like that you can look back on the history, that you can actually see what in the world she even said. Ah, yeah, whatever, Chuck. Ah, I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Reggie, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Ah, snap. Rebuttal. Larry's assertion. Oh boy, oh boy. Don't you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy?
Hold it!
Yes. Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, Then for what other reason did you wish to go down that chimney?
You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect.
Hold it.
I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to...
Ah, but it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. Hurry and show them already. Lies! All lies, Edgy!
Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means continue. No, because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice.
You will get the better of me! Now, let's see. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick.
Hold it.
Larry's a problem. He is indeed a problem. Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick?
You bet! It was so thick, I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess.
I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade.
What? That's totally unfair! You tricked me, Edgy! Edgy!
Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique.
Well, what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I said the wrong thing! Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight? It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech.
Oh, hold up. Forgot to press.
Hold it.
I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady.
Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Ah, are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms?
I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one you should know all about your charms.
What? Me? Edgy, what are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife.
Ah, is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous?
No. Oh! If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant.
But Edgy, I told you, I already have Mindy!
Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is?
Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is?
The Mindy.
She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troupe's fastest rising stars.
Interesting. Ha! So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late to the speech?
Huh? Curse you too! Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech! Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant.
Hold it.
I suppose you might be correct in a small way.
What do you mean by that? Besides being a suspect in murder, there are a few other things you are a suspect of. Oh, are you too frenzy? You try to stalk me. Why won't you intimidate me like that?
Uh-oh.
She's stabbing. Look, I already told you, Miss Old Bag. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already? Yes. No. I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang.
Wait, please listen to what I have to say.
If you have a serious assertion to make, then I consider listening. However,
No problem. I'm gonna put all I've got into this, so listen good, okay? But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
Hold it.
Larry, This is the final point you wish to make?
You got it! I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul!
In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Whoa.
Huh?
Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder.
A fine powder?
Oh god.
She put the mask on? That's funny.
If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right?
In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you.
Larry, come out from behind there. Face this like a man.
You're scary, my liege!
This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all of this.
Indeed. I know, OMG, edgy. So, you can actually... So, one piece of evidence works on here, of course. You can present it either on the first or fifth statement. And what piece of evidence would that be? It would be the letter from the Santa Stalker.
Nah, not the Santa Stalker. It's the letter from the Stalker.
Objection!
Larry, don't you even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter.
Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic?
But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy?
And that will be here, right here. This part.
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again.
Whoa, what the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English!
You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye.
How does one do that?
Oh wait, this is Larry.
Hey, stop picking on me! It's so embarrassing!
There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene.
Edgy, save me from the scary man!
Sure, if you're willing to make amends. Starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake.
That wasn't me!
Come again?
It's a fake! Someone's out to get me! So they made that fake letter! To set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean!
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have a certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter.
I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
It's okay, just type instead. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. Or you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. Your autograph. Boom. Oh my god.
Take that!
This autograph, or a mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure.
I'm sorry! I did it! It was me causing trouble again! I admit it! You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy!
So he finally confesses.
I saw the pink princess being carried around a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was a chimney or bus, Edgy.
Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination.
Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way, she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney.
Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment.
I'm really, really sorry.
Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. Aww. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Aww.
Gee, you're...
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow. In any case, I believe we could say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Hold it. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. So don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay?
Oh! Hey, what the... Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet?
He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite.
Eek! Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me.
I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Far from it. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I can't afford to lose. A gamble, you say? Like a prosecutor's gambit? Teehee, teehee, teehee. Something that I cannot wait to start next month. Why Larry? Why Larry? Yeah, why Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked second. Beside him was a samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, The suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak into the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to this reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors.
But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy?
Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Oh boy. I was the one who found the body of the victim. The masked second.
Hold it!
So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier, Kay was the first to discover the body in Babao. And your secretary, Agent Shinna, was ready to accuse her of murder for that.
Not so fast!
Ha! So are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Balbalese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this case, it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead.
Hold it!
Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here.
Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here, and I left it behind by accident.
Not so fast!
So what? You lied earlier. So who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie?
But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him.
Why don't you tell him yourself?
You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse.
Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And yet you offer it up as fact? You're a worse person than I originally thought. You are free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue for argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner. The suspect Larry Butts in here too.
Hold it!
Just because he is the owner of the weapon, therefore, he must be the killer, is it? No. Climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well.
Objection!
Regarding that, I have already drawn the truth out. And the truth is one thing I don't bend.
Not so fast!
It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in.
Objection!
An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at? Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust. My subordinates and evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at the crime scene, then there is something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon. So I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first, and we will. Beside him was a samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up the scent of blood.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Beside him was a samurai sword, covered in the victim's blood.
Hold it!
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood. Yeah, the lab results confirm that the blood on the sword matches the victim's. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop after all. The Steel Samurai is all about safety first, so you can't use it like a real sword. The Steel Samurai has spoken. Uh-oh. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity. Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore, I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing.
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received the reports from forensics yet? They confirm that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Everything else you'd like to chit-chat? Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Now let's continue. Yeah. So, right here. He wouldn't beat someone to death with the sword. But what about the samurai spear here that is bent?
Objection!
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Heh, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon, after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah! The sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Yes. Samurai Spear data updated by organizer. Samurai Spear because he bent it. Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Ouch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion. However, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. Cool mind.
Not so fast!
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damas II without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Why Larry? Part 2. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion will fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact?
Not so fast!
If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Alright. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Oh boy. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how are you able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Lang Z says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. Ooh, that's a good one. Alright. Rather than math, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword. It's easy to kill a man if he hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword. Humph, I know that. But as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
Hold it!
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances, I'm in. The only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional?
Not so fast!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is show me the proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon. In this room, there is only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. So, isn't it only natural that suspicion will fall onto the owner of said weapon?
Hold it!
One moment, everybody. And if you were to find a different murder weapon, would that clear Larry's name?
Not so fast!
Are you saying that you could prove the possibility? Of course, and if you don't believe that I can, then I'll show you something to convince you. Evidence that you cannot refute. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Sounds like fun, Mr. Prosecutor. Alright then, go ahead and show me what you've got. I can prove to you the possibility that the murder weapon is something else. But I cannot do so on my strength alone. Miles Edgeworth, what are you running straight into a quagmire for? I thought you said that you were busy in pursuit of the perfect truth. And if that's the case, then show me this perfect truth, if it exists at all. Don't worry, thanks to you, I've already prepared myself to do just that. There's no need to thank me, I'm simply doing what any good superior would. Heh, I suppose you are. Very well then, I will show you the possibility of a different murder weapon. We searched the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? Yep, we're going to raise an objection. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast!
Humph. And how do you plan to do that? by showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast.
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
Not so fast.
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it.
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. All right then. I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Master II. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this. Ah. Look at that. The alabaster permaduck statue. Signs that it was moved during murder. Dun dun dun.
Take that.
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the permaduck statue? Yes. And as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
Not so fast.
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it.
Agent Lay, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing, just before and after the crime, are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Zi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Just go already. Shifu. Aw, there's Missile. Yeah. I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the permaduck statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. Well, I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it.
Agent Lang, The hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. All right then, less talk and more investigation. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminal chemi- chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is a murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Master II. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Master II, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Ha! You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. Alright. So, first order of business. Hang on. Let's check the shield first. Oh, let's check the sword first. Hold on. We'll check the shield first, yeah. There is a shield on his back. I wonder if that's supposed to mean that his back is covered. Lang Zi says, those with a shield on their back deflect all enemies behind them. Ooh. I mean, that's like, I don't know, the way Lang said it is just so cool to me. It means that he is ready for any blindside attacks that may come his way. Agent Lang, there's no need to attach overly complex meanings of such a simple thing. Ha! You didn't seem to get Lang Zi's saying, so I was just explaining it to you. The saying itself is what I was referring to when I said overly complex, you know. With his sword drawn and ready, there is a certain aura of valor around him. Lang Zi says, those who hold a sword hold on equally strong will. Ooh. Hold an equally strong will. That's awesome. It's said that the weapon one holds reflects the strength and will of one's character. I wonder if this was created as a show of the country's majesty. Oh, then what does Franzie's whip say about her character? It says that I'm ready to exact punishment on those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood that I'm not the killer. I believe in your case, she wishes to exact punishment before anything else happens. Got silly achievement. And now... Oh, look at that, everybody. Look. No. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint? What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. Ugh. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry, But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Oh no. Hey, forensics guy. I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? ASAP. Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim in the murder in the Balbalese embassy? The prints belong to him. To Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. What? But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Primaduck statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's Primaduck statue. Impossible. It can't be. Larry never once set foot on Babelese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabashtan knife in Babel, and Damas II was killed on Alabashtan soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatakarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. To be continued. Alright, let's see. Boy. And now for the second part of the middle. Oi. Lots and lots of investigation coming up, everybody. March 14th, 9:21 p.m. Open air stage. I left the Damas II investigations to Francisca and returned to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babel's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating it is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well, then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Alabashtan embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Aww. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Let's see. Yeah. Alright. Cool. She, no. Alright. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, case following me. Oh look, it's a ladder, everybody. Or is it a step ladder? It begins. It begins. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. They're the exact same thing. No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, with these perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around, after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. About investigating. How is the investigation going in the Ablaze Secretariat's office, Kay? Well, even though we found a few treasures, they've all been pretty much burnt to a crisp. A treasure is a terrible thing to waste. Anyway, is there anything else I should know about? Oh, that's right. You know what I found in that office? A wooden bear carving. It's so cute. Can I have it, huh? Can I? No, of course you can't. By the sound of things, it appears that there has been no progress in the investigation. Oh boy. It's a box of samurai dogs, right? Ah, but see, I'm a Jammin' Ninja fan. So while I would love to have one, I'm going to be strong and resist the urge. Well then, how about we slowly enjoy them after we crack this case? Okay, fine, you twisted my arm, let's indulge. Cute. Hey, about this piece of evidence. Huh, may I? Really have it? But you know, as the Yatsukarasu, it'd be bad if I couldn't get this by myself. Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you this piece of evidence. Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood. I feel like I had a very similar conversation with someone else before. Okay. Just looking for flavor text. So I guess these counterfeits are made with Ablaze ink. Come to think of it, I remember hearing on the news the other day that the Republic of Zhengfa, where these bills are coming from, is in an economic mess. It's common knowledge that money rules the hearts of men. And when that money turns out to be fake, all encompassing confusion is the result. Ha! And that's when the Yatsukarasu makes her stand. I'm going to use my iron fist of justice on each and every counterfeiter, you'll see. I appreciate your sense of justice, however. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't go running into the hearts of any more raging fires. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll try. This is your father burned Faraday. He had planned to use this as evidence in that trial 7 years ago. But he was killed by it when it was turned into a weapon, huh? Curses, I shouldn't have made her recall such a tragic event. How could I have been so careless? Don't worry, Edgeworth, it was my fault. I forced you to, because I'm controlling you. And also, I just wanted more flavor text. I love flavor text. There are 2 embassies in this one building, huh? Well, they used to be a single country, so it's understandable. So if them trying to make up, does it mean that they'll become a single country again? If they do, I hope they'll always be good friends and never fight again. Before that can happen, I believe we need to solve this case. Otherwise, nothing will come of these gestures, not even friendship. Oh, this is a prosecutor's badge. This proves that you're a real prosecutor, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Precisely. Well, I've got one too. Mine's the Yatakarasu badge. But if you walk around with that on your scarf all the time, all you're doing is proclaiming to the world that you're a thief. Like I said, the Yatakarasu is noble. And because I'm full of righteousness, there's no need for me to be all sneaky. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief, right? Alright. Hey, do you detect the scent of a treasure coming from this bush? The scent of treasure, not at all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it. I'm not with it. No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic. Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewater Land seemed to be pretty active. Jacques Hortzman. Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out? Yeah, he got arrested. That punk. Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on words there. Ah, Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. That's funny. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thieves show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. Hey, you're not going back to Alabasta already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit of information first. A bit more information first. So how come so many traffic cones are red and white? That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Oh, is that why? So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake? Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. That's funny. There is a sign here warning passerbys to take precautions around this renovation site. They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere. I believe Ambassador Paleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. But what can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth? How about transforming it into a courthouse? Hey, be serious. But I was being serious. They're having a real time of cleaning it up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out of here and investigate the stage some more then. Just looking at these scaffolds makes me want to climb them. I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here not too long ago. Until not too long ago. Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Beef Child says, if there is a height to be scaled, then scale if you must. Starting from Beef Child, would you care to explain what you just said? This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know? Ah, but there is no treasure inside those things. Oh, too bad. But we do have a lot of treasures back in Babel. Sounds great. I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount. Sure, we welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms? Alright, let's talk to this guy. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Let's see. Ambassador Paleno, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I, so let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you, however, I feel I must decline. Ambassador Paleno, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primiduck statue sitting in Alabas right now actually belongs to Babel. So it appeared. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's Primiduck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabas' statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babel's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it will be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I don't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary. The real symbol of wealth will be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Indeed, Colios Paleno. Hi, is this the channel to shout out Chuckman's stream? I mean, I kind of already did, but hello there, the Zophar 1. By the way, congratulations on beating Mega Man X4 as Mega Man X himself. So nice that you finally played a top tier entry of the X series. And it is nice to see that you're also thusly enjoying Zero, who is a totally radically different play style compared to X, as you may have already noticed. Because, okay, you got to play as Zero for a tiny bit in X3. There was nothing fancy about him. He just had a really big hitbox, and he could charge his buster up to 3 times. 1, two Buster, and then his third slash, his third shot was a Z Saber slash, which is really strong. And yeah, but he was pretty experimental in X3, and then finally X4 became a thing, and it's like ditch the Buster, just make him focus fully on the Z Saber slashing, and it's pretty damn cool if I do say so myself. And no, it's cool. And it's nice that you're already having a good feel and somewhat getting the hang of his play style. Yeah. Good job. Good job though. And yeah. You'll love the rest of just playing as Zero as you get to see his part of the story. Yes. And that is all I shall say on that. And perhaps something more. Smiles. Teehee. Anyway. Yeah. And right now, speaking of Chuckman, if you peek on over into his channel at the moment, he is currently playing a fan-made Mega Man X game that came out last week. It's called Mega Man X Regenesis, and you can get it off of itch.io. It's a standalone download as well, and it is done by the same style as the Super NES games. I played through it last week. I thought it was okay. I thought it was alright. It's solid. What I'm really looking forward to, which everybody else has been waiting for, I'm not the only one, is a fan game that has been in development for 19 years. Mega Man X Corrupted. Yep, it's been 19 years. And hopefully it'll eventually get finished, because they have been developing it. There's some vids of the latest build for it. It's not released yet, but it's pretty cool. But yeah, because hey, I mean, it won't be a while until Capcom gives us a Mega Man X9, but that's fine. I mean, we're getting Part 12 next year, hopefully. Mega Man Dual Override. Wow, they removed the number. Mega Man 12? It's still Mega Man 12, but they just decide, let's just finally give Mega Man a subtitle. Mega Man Dual Override by Capcom. Mega Man 12. Hopefully, we'll see more of it next year. It's nice that we got that trailer. Alright. Okay. So we got a lot of deep lore from the Alabast Primaduck statue out of Manny. Let's see what else we can. I can't believe that Babelese ink was being used in such an evil crime. And if people were to find out, that would really tarnish the global image of Babel. Ah, this is really bad. Really, really bad. Oh, Babel's in a bind now. Is it just me, or do his words not match his facial expressions? It's not you, Edgeworth. The dude's just really eccentric. Let's talk about the open air stage. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally, we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babel. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabaston Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Primaduck statue. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primaduck statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabasta Babel used to be one country called Cadopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primaduck statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babel were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primaduck statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Manny Cochin. Ambassador Paleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you to be coming to Babel, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in the smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Oh. It sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Oh yeah? Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. That's unfortunate. Alright. Now we shall talk to Gumshoe. Hey, Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth. You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. Oh my god. Is that a Macus I see? Oh my goodness. Macus, I haven't heard from you in like centuries. I hope you've been well. Hey, how you doing? That's good, man. I'm glad that you are doing good. Hope all is well with you. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use as usual. Wow, those look really good, sir. Can I have one? That's good. Doing a lot better than you was. Good to hear. Wow, those are really good, sir. Can I have one? Don't you dare line your stomach with the evidence. Come to think of it, the dog Detective Gumshoe takes care of just up and ate a samurai dog earlier as well. Poor little dog, slowly coming to resemble his handler. What do you notice about this piece of evidence, Detective? I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy is a different story. I see. I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir. Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. Oh no. Alright. Okay. I am looking for flavor text. He probably doesn't know nothing about any of this evidence, probably. But that's okay. Then we'll talk to him. So this is the Yatagarasu's key, huh? That's a really nifty trick they built into it. I can't stop playing with it. This is great. It's like one of those transforming toys, sir. Evidence is not meant to entertain, Detective. Yeah, I showed him that before, earlier. Okay, investigation update. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Heleno. Oh. And what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently, if he burned a special white crystal oil that they only make in Babao, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babao, should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern, so it project the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Ah, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Silhouette lantern data jotted down my organizer. Silhouette lantern runs on white crystal oil, which burns green. It's a babbly souvenir. Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country? That's the gist of it. Babao is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastan side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Pick. Pick data jotted down in my organizer. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Oh yeah. Hold on. Okay. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Misused perfume, dated jotted down in my organizer. This was left behind by Callisto U 7 years ago. Kay has been safeguarding it. Alright. Hold on. That's a souvenir from the bow. It's a silhouette lantern. By the by, how much is it? It was really expensive, sir. About as expensive as my coat. Oh, I see. So it's about the average price of a cheap souvenir. Out, sir. Dang. Okay, he knows nothing about the pick. Or the perfume. What about this dude? Ablaze ink consists mostly of white crystal oil. When lit, the oil in the ink burns a bright yellow-green. It makes for a great science experiment. Here, give it a try with this. Yes, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but the amount you gave me earlier is enough. I see. That's too bad. In that case, why don't you have a few more of these coupons? I've got plenty. I have plenty of those too. Where is he conjuring those from? The dude just has a lot of coupons, that's all. Alright. Okay. To the Rose Garden! I guess we leave through here. Yep. Alright. Oh, whoops. Anyway. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Please accept these, courtesy of Ambassador Apollino. That's all right. I appreciate the sentiment. However, I must decline. Oh, come on. You might as well take them since he was nice enough to offer. Thank you. And I hope you'll visit our embassy's cafeteria to redeem them. It appears that Ambassador Polino isn't the only one adamantly handing these out. Oh, nice. I was wondering what that dude was up to. Alright. It's a national flag of Babao, and it features the country's butterfly crest. Using a butterfly as a national symbol takes Babao just... Using a butterfly as a national symbol makes Babel just seem so cute. It goes along perfectly with Ambassador Paleno's smiling face. And what about the flower of alabaster? Well, by the looks of it, of Ambassador Alba, it almost seems like the poor flower needs to be watered. I suppose an ambassador is the face of a country, but Kay is being too literal about it. There is a flat panel, a VCR, and a row of Steel Samurai videos at this table. Aren't they worried that if they leave the tapes out that table like that, the Yatagarasu will make up for them? I honestly thought the Yatagarasu want to steal Steel Samurai videotapes. Ah, but that's where you're wrong. The fake Yatagarasu may want to steal them, may not want to steal them, but you never know with the real Yatagarasu. Please stop eyeing the tapes with that look of want in your eyes, Kay. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios, that's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Ha, I've understood my powers of recollection. Mr. Monkey, not Mrs. Monkey. That's what it said in the text. I think this is just the same text here. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Those are some nice flowers. I wonder who they're from. Gatewater Imperial Hotel? Where's this, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, it's an ultra-luxurious hotel that sponsors the Steel Samurai series. I've been there once to investigate a case. Oh, so what kind of case was it? I believe it was related to the Nickel Samurai and the Jammin Ninja. Oh, I remember reading about that. You must be the head of Steel Samurai affairs down at the prosecutor's office, huh? I should think that even you can figure that such an office does not exist, Kay. That's funny. I can see the courtyard and the Alabaster embassy through this window. It's a really stately and pretty embassy, isn't it? Especially that chimney. Just looking at it makes me want to use it to sneak my way in. Kinda like how Santa does it. Hey, are you alright? What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm beginning to think that you may have what it takes to become a royal troublemaker. We saw the show just beyond these doors, but it's been quite a number of hours now. Mr. Edgeworth, have I ever told you that you talk like an old bogey? I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime? I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabas now, but... I know. I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. March 14th, 9:58 p.m., Rose Garden. Oh snap, it's Lang. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babel? Although, I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Kochin's death hasn't really progressed to any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Begin investigation. Oh boy, everybody. It's time to begin the investigation. Rose Garden. Alright. Oi. Alright. I think with the way things are going for the time being, we'll see how I feel. Yeah. Alright. I think I can squeeze in another chapter. Oh, Franziska. Yes, investigation. Tonight, in this very rose garden, the Alabashan ambassador, Kirkus Alba, was to give a commemorative speech. A very key commemorative speech at that. And including Agent Lang, the security detail was very tight. But, as if to mock our efforts, the Yatagarasu appears. Then, just like that, the thief vanishes and starts a fire at the Babalese embassy. Interesting. And are you sure it was the Yatagarasu who appeared here? Of course. But to have slipped by such tight security, and then disappeared into thin air, we will need to conduct a very thorough investigation of this area. Yes, my thoughts exactly. In order to find out the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. Oh, okay. No reaction to the perfume. Interesting. Alright. Let us talk to Shilong Lang. How is the investigation proceeding on your end? Lang Z says that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information. Yeah. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Slane. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out, screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh boy. Lang Z says, there is no value in trusting those who bear this mark. Oof. Harsh. Let me fill you in on what I hate the most in this world. People who go around showing off that badge. Sorry, but that's one opinion I'm never going to budge on. Agent Lang, I'd like to ask your opinion on this piece of evidence. Are you joking? You're asking for my opinion? One mutual goal is to search for the truth, in which case, wouldn't cooperation be best? Lang Z says, only cooperate with those you can trust. Dang. Sorry, but I'm not one to place my trust in you prosecutor scum so easily. I'll take that as a no. Dang. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own two eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that, basically, all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape, not among the staff or the audience members, my men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Alright. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Lang Z says, inevitably, all who have evil in their hearts find themselves in hell. Whoa. Whoa, that's... That's pretty intense. I approve. I approve of Lang Zi's teachings. But we haven't found all the pieces of the truth yet. I've come too far to go home before I see it all with my own two eyes. In that case, our goals are the same, so shouldn't we be cooperating with each other? We're on two different pages, you and I don't trust any living thing that calls itself a prosecutor. Got it? It's covered in blood. The sight of blood brings out my wild side. What about you? Any special reaction to blood?
No, not especially.
Tch, this is why you prosecutors are all worthless.
How does that have any bearing on how good or bad of a prosecutor someone is? Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence.
That thing stinks to high heaven.
Excuse me?
Like all wolves, I've got a good sense of smell. And there's only one nasty funk coming from that document. It's the smell of some dirty scoundrel's greed.
I wouldn't mind having his sense of smell if it helps in investigations this much. Damn. Agent Lang, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence.
If we follow the trail that this piece leads us down, we'll eventually get to the truth.
In that case, then why don't we cooperate and help one another?
No can do. I can't just trust someone working as a prosecutor that easily.
Okay. Would you like a hot dog? No, of course not. Alright. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In any case, why did he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? Yeah, right. The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies.
I remember going to assemblies.
So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect that the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Alright. Let's see. There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Adagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here.
I thought to use my whip to capture Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, this pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh, the pool stops filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Fountain spouts data jotted down my organizer. Yeah, it's going well, Gargoyle. But I think I might be making the executive decision of... I think I'm gonna probably, after I am done with this investigation, I think I'm gonna save... I said a long time ago in the beginning that I was going to save the rest for tomorrow, and I definitely am. Because I was thinking of probably squeezing in one more chapter, but I think after I'm done with this chapter, that's where I'm going to call it. Fountain spouts, part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. Oh my god. Yeah! Ah! How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry! Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is not enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know. Sometimes I can't help myself in a good way. But, like, I am definitely well aware of how long this case was going to be, for sure. It's just, I guess, my plan of completing the beginning and then 3 parts of the middle wasn't going to be. I didn't realize how long the middle was going to be for at least the first part of the middle. But this part isn't so bad. And I think middle 3 for tomorrow will be great, because the finale is great, but the finale is also really long. Oh. Hang on. I'm good. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yes.
Objection!
Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool?
Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy?
Your son? Oh no.
I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him! You imbecile. How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother?
The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess.
The Pink Princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe that what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infinite.
Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai. through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there.
Hey, wait!
Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. This statue bears a resemblance to the Primaduck statue. The plaque says Queen Primaduck's in the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. There are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being so too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color. One color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it to be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. I know, right? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue, and she somehow made a leap to that. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Right here. This statue right here.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, however. This statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow? Why, that would be this statue right here.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow is made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were, when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux and the battlefield,
The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux, her silhouette will also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the two of shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Franziska. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow? That will be her hand.
Take that!
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Franziska, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it at least shines on the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Humph. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprits must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we could assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabas tonight. The only country that the thief visited was Babao, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured it out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Investigation complete. Jeez. How's the investigation going? How's the investigation going? Detective Bag, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I left the murder in Agent Lang's charge, and my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please, when people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. Lotta? This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air? The times they are a-changin'. It's not just man, But evidence, even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. Photo of Yatagarasu. Data jotted down in my organizer. Taken from a building nearby at the moment of border crossing through the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Balbonese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Oh, Edgeworth, why'd you have to remind me of Case 3 from Justice for All? The circus case. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually. Oh, wait. Edgeworth was thinking of... No, it was Case 5. Trials and Tribulation. The flying person that Larry was sketching. That was Elise Donin getting launched from the other... She was tied to the rope. She, when they transferred her body over Godot to Iris. Oh, and Franziska. Yep. Franziska was referring to the circus case. Yeah, because Edgeworth wasn't around in the circus case. He appeared at the end of Case 3. And she's about to mention, yeah. I actually couldn't think of it. I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually. Yep. The circus case and Case 5 in Trials and Tribulation. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Balbonese embassy, so I should start from there. Franziska, I need to return to the Babao investigation for a bit. Alright, before we do... Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl. They're rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Now the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I tried to do was offer up a possibility. And this is what I get? Alright. Let's see. Let's, talk to Bad. So the Yatagarasu was just a shadow. The calling card that was sent in is what threw everyone off and made them assume things. It's possible that all the events tonight were part of the overall plan. I'm going to continue investigating on the Alabastan side. You two, as I always say, don't do anything stupid, alright? I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice. I think it's simply that he is concerned for our well-being, Franziska. Yep. Notice anything? I wonder what that photo earlier was all about. Indeed, that photo certainly was interesting. I believe this necessitates a need to investigate the Balbonese embassy some more. I suppose we have no choice if we were to conduct the perfect investigation. I suppose so. I will have to pass through the Theatrum Neutralis to reach the Balbonese embassy.
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Well, I had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually. Yep.
Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building.
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Alright. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's.
Alright. Oh. No, wait. I want to talk to the guard. I see you're back. Well, let's continue with the investigation, shall we?
Yes, let's.
I wanted flavor text. Never mind. Screw it. I'll just go. Sorry about that.
It's the national flag of Ablaze, and it features the country's flower crest. Comparing the knife to the crest, it's apparent the knife was extremely well crafted.
Yeah, every detail of the flower is there in the knife handle's flower. In my personal opinion, this knife is worth quite a bit of money.
Hey, that's a very valuable piece of evidence.
I know that. You're going to use this to find and steal the truth, right?
I suppose you could put it that way. Now then, let's continue investigating.
Alright. Alright.
We saw the show just beyond these doors, but it's been quite a number of hours now.
Mr. Edgeworth, have I ever told you that you talk like an old fogey?
I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime?
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Please accept these, the coupons. Alright. Oh boy. March 14th, 10:37 p.m., Ablaze Embassy, Secretariat's office. Alright. Let me see something here. Alright. Wow. To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet?
I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I have yet to find his killer.
Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno?
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier.
Oh sure, please feel free to investigate to your heart's content.
Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador.
If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. Ha ha ha! You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Paleno.
Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key and the Yatagarasu stole. Furthermore, because the key that the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I've received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing a fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how the person escaped. How that person... Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Okay, yeah. Ablaze Embassy, Secretariat's office. Is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Ablaze Embassy? Interpol was conducting its investigation when you were being held by Agent Shinna. Because of that, I was unable to examine the fireplace and the Secretariat's desk. True, and since he's here, we should talk with Ambassador Palino some more. Too. He looks so sad and lonely since Mr. Cochin died. Yes, he does, and you're correct. I have a few issues I still need to discuss with him. We should make the best of this opportunity. And we shall. I've only got one thing to say to this. The real Yatagarasu can't fly through the air. Okay. Let's talk to you. Now then, Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight. Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Ablaze Embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jam and Ninja show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam and Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire... then the fire at the Jam and Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly! So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Photo Yatakarasu data updated in my organizer. Photo of Yatakarasu. Photo after the first fire, the fourth and fifth floors had taken place. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the fifth floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Fires in Babel. Fires in Babel, data jotted down in my organizer. 2 fires broke out in Babel today. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First, I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast.
Hold it!
Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version, although I can do that for you. Alright, I can do that for you. Morning activities. Or rather, hold up. Okay, he doesn't know nothing about the fountain. Hey, to Mario. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Hello, Saki. How are you? Hi. Hey. Welcome back again, Mario. You must tell me, what were you doing? What were you up to? No, it's cool. Um, I'm still on this part. I'm in middle, part 2. But do not worry. I'm still going. You chose wisely. Super Mario World. In uniform. A fine choice. Ah, yes. Yeah, don't worry. I'm still gonna keep going. So let me make it up. Okay. Oh wait. That text is whatever. I already did that text before. I'm just looking for flavor text. I lost a lot of things in those fires. Now, Kivano, I don't think I would, consent to that. And if you were trying to be funny, well, I've got some bad news for you. No. Anywho, hi. Hi, Kiv. I'm sorry. Don't worry, you'll do better next time. I lost a lot of things in those fires. Things like the many, many coupons we had printed, discount tickets for the cafeteria, and I should think that those blasted coupons were not the biggest victim here. Alright, let's talk about the morning activities. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Renovations, the Babylese embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Which is why both the Primaduck statue and the Babylese knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take that much, really. We just burnt some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning, he got mad at me. Wow. I spilled some Babylese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Ambassador Paulino's testimony. Jot it down in my organizer. Ambassador Paulino's testimony. Spilled Babylese ink onto back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. But in all seriousness, it is nice to see you, Kev. Afternoon activities. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Diatrim Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jabba Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully, no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, all right? I've asked all that I could from you. Oh, forgot to close that tab. All right. Okay, then. You can see the Alabashtan embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, you can see it from here. I was there, on the 5th floor. That's where the Master II was killed. What? You don't mean the Master II? The... Ah, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. even though the Master II was merely an imposter of the original. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to that safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. A fireplace, huh? A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Two, there is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabashan office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. We sure did. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside, and we could play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Nope. Hashtag no fun allowed. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's a part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babal's would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Albaz, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia? There's really no point to asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. There is only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. Ah, the most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. There is a bottle of Ablaze ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Ablaze ink is alright after all. What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Yeah. You could elaborate while I check the rest. We'll talk to him after. It looks like a bunch of flyers and coupons attached to them. Babel sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two at the bearer. I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to give a mountain. What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons. What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Okay, alright. Alright. What else? Mandy Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, we're gonna talk. Oh, not yet. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire, but it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can riffle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Yes, and I think I know what that is, but first, let's go back to Paulino. Mr. Cochin's ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but... During the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Ablaze ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire, so that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on this desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Alright, we're gonna go back to the desk, and we're gonna deduce this piece of evidence right here. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. Right here.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Paleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting of this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, that's the case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damas II. Damas II? Then this note? Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damas II to steal the Permaduck statue. What? Manny, try to steal Alabast's Permaduck statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me will be of great help, Ambassador. Alright. Job for Damas II. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired the masked second.
Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatakarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? Haha, I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica.
And did Mr. Cochin know about... And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babal's Permaduck statue?
Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority.
Yes, I understood.
Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. I'll be alright. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador.
But why was he trying us so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be.
I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind, beyond just simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey! Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested?
Yup, got it all right here, sir.
Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this route that I got from the embassy and Interpol people.
Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
Ah, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon?
Oh, you mean Little Thief? Yeah, you're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered, and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood.
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person K saw used as well.
Oh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante.
It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Alright, so here we go. It appears that the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire. Yeah, it just got a little burnt, that's all. It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable. If it's that great, why don't you trade your desk? Why don't you trade your desk with it? No, it was just a suggestion. You didn't have to get all monosyllable on me, you know. Detective, you took part in the initial Babao investigation, correct? Yup, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Hold it. Hold it. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatakarasu that came into the Babylese embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll talk to him now. During the fire. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatakarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in the bow, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatakarasu that entered Babao. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatakarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatakarasu that appeared in Babao is also suspect. You can't be serious. Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto U. So the Yatakarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kochin, then disappeared. What you saw. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatakarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and was lost for a while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? Eek, I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Shina wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Shina got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shina was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Shina's location. She was in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office up until she tried to arrest Kay. Interesting. Agent Shina mentioned something about chasing the Yatakarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? Gumshoe. But you're very useful. Those were some fires, sir. And we don't exactly have the manpower to fight it ourselves when they're this bad. So about the only thing we could do was to try and catch the arsonist. I feel so helpless thinking about it. I mean, we can't prevent this sort of thing. We can only do something after it's happened. At least it's better than doing nothing. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? I guess so, sir. What do you think knows about this piece of evidence, Detective? I don't really sense anything special about it, but the embassy is a different story. I see. I'm not really sensing anything special from you either, sir. Well, I'm sensing a special look at your monthly salary, Detective. Oh no. Alright. Alright. It looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I don't believe it. Murder on top of an arson. What a disgrace to... I don't believe it. Murder on top of an arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu. The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location. It has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to this safe's fire resistance, smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold a wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It sure did. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flushed against the wall before the fire, sir. According to staff members, the clock was flushed against the wall, against the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh, that's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Poleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Wire data. Jot it down in my organizer. Wire. Good length of wire that was found wound up inside the Babao's grandfather clock. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Poleno that put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Little Thief. Ready for a review on how to use Little Thief? Okay, here we go. Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence too. I think I remember now. Thank you for the refresher course, Kay. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask anything. Feel free to ask any time, okay? Notice anything? Looks like it was quite the fire, huh? Yes, it appears that the flames spread fairly quickly to some of the other rooms as well. Yeah, but thanks to Gummy's info, I was able to recreate this room. Plus, the burnt stuff is still lying around, so you can check those as well. The state of this room before and after the fire. I could probably obtain some new information by comparing the differences. Yes, that's what I'll do, and use any new information to complete my logic. Oi. Alright. Let's check the fire. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Kay, by the time he came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire in here only burned down from the time the fire started on the third floor. Until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babao, I suppose. I guess Mr. Polino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we could assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. I must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was there. It was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is, that person burned. It made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? Why, that would be the silhouette lantern.
Take that!
This silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames are caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from the white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I explained it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from which crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about. And that will be the Babelese ink.
Take that!
Babelese ink is made from which crystal oil? Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babelese ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, which do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Heh, it would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babelese ink, this is the source of the green flames. And that would be the counterfeit bills.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhangfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole Babao's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Counterfeit bills data updated by organizer. Bills circulating in Zhangfa made by Cochin. They were all burned up in Babao. We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabashtan side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bio, 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 bilaterally symmetrical. Because this used to be one of the embassy offices, on the two sides are symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth it if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babao's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Cool. So by this time, the Permaduck statues had already been swapped, right? They must have been, as this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing. And just as the two countries were about to become friends again, too. It would have been better if I had stolen it than for it to get caught up in that fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in death, I can't look the other way, right? Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if they were to engage in death, I can't look the other way, right? If you could please stop stealing my lines. That's funny. After. It's the or I'll just do it now. Why don't you just tell me something? I'll just do it. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that, everybody. It's nothing. For crying out loud. Anyway. I'm almost done with this case. Thanks for anybody that's still out there for the record. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around, like a record. They spin those babies right round, like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Yeah, something like that. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, okay. It looks like one of the Balbali's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babao's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babao, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babao's woes. So Babao's really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I had to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine arts of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jamma Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look like all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. It's so silly. Let's see. The national symbol of Babao is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. Oh, the national symbol of Babao is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it? Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? You can see the Alabastan embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damas II was killed. What? You don't mean the Mask 2? Aw, poor guy. Fellow second generation... Alright, same text before. Ah, poor guy. As a fellow second generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this, even though the Master II was really impossible. Was an imposter of the original. A fireplace, huh? So Babao's offices have them too. 2. There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabashan office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside, we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in suits? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. Let's see. Alright, I think we have... Wait, did I not check this? Alright, I did. I think it's time for logic. Alright. Conducted fireplaces. Bilateral symmetry. Yep. The Alabashtan and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir.
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret?
There seems to be a lot more about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador.
I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny to do so much work for me.
Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed.
And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
Huh? But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I once was until I've inspected every suspicious looking cranny. Alright. If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. A revolving fireplace wall? That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and...
Hold it!
Wait, Detective. There is something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there is something I'd like to test.
Like what, sir?
I'll tell you later, Detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. All I see inside his fireplace is starter wood.
Huh? That's odd.
It doesn't match up with what Mr. Polino said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? Ah. The logs. So the logs right here. We need to deduce this part right here. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. With Ambassador Polino's testimony. Spilled Babbly's ink onto back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there.
Eureka!
Ambassador Polino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct?
Yes. I burned quite a few files this morning, actually.
And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct?
That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face?
I'm sorry. I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious, in any case. Take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it.
Let's see, huh? Where did all the ashes go?
Missing ashes. The ashes that should still be in the fireplace are missing. Where did they go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Polino is lying, do you?
No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us.
Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know?
There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Logic.
Alright, so...
Revolving fireplace used. Missing ashes. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paleno said that he spilled some Ablaze ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what's happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Revolving fireplace wall data jotted down by organizer. Revolving fireplace wall. There are signs that the revolving fireplace wall on Babel's side has been used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Escaped through a revolving fireplace. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Alright. Jinna's location. Escaped through the revolving fireplace. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was, oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective. Agent Shinna. Investigation complete. It's looking more and more like Miss Shinna is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room for the next one and instantly confused you and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us. I will turn it off, I'm almost done. Sheesh. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Shinna herself?
Hold it!
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first, Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the Master Second's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy. You can do it. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babylese ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir.
Hold it!
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now, we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yatagaras's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out the thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said it's easy to follow the leads. Humph. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Yes. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Kay, that's the sort of thing I say to myself. When I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay, it's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but you know. I see. Very well then. As you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is, I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Colchin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lane and Agent Shinnok. Finally, I'm free, everybody. Yeah, I almost underestimated how long this was going to go, but yeah, looks like I won't be doing middle 3 because guess what, everybody? I'll be completing the final part of middle. I'll be doing middle part 3 tomorrow, and the last 3 parts of the case, and then I can move on to something else. All right, everybody. Oh wait, hang on. Let me save here. I wanted to exit. I meant to press the B button. Anyway, I'm going to exit back to the title. Yes, fine. You got to go out. Alright, everybody. That's going to do it for me. I am super tired. I almost went close to 9 hours. But it's all good. Because I like what I do, you know? And I especially like these games. Now, I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. And I think I know who I'm going to go on out to. Alright, everybody. We're going to go on out to Zophar. Zophar is currently He's currently playing Mega Man X4, and he's playing as my namesake, Zero. Ah, yes, Zero. Because yesterday he did beat the game as Mega Man X, and then after he did, he went straight to Zero, and he already did pretty good at like the halfway point. So anywho, I'm gonna close the game. We're gonna get on out of here. Before I head on out, I have so many people to thank. I'd like to thank Gargoyle, Tamario, thank you for the raid, Chuckman, Master Remaster, Alu, Sunshan, and Lollipops, Zofar, who we're gonna raid, Makas, good to see you again, Saki, and Kivano, Starscream X. Alright, okay everybody. I'm gonna head on out now. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try and start a little early. I mean, I guess before 2 p.m. Hopefully, like I usually do. But I'm gonna try and start a little bit early because I think the earlier I start, the sooner I'll get to finishing this case. So yeah, expect the finale tomorrow, everybody. All right, I'm gonna get the raid ready, and here we go. Control F deduction. Thank you all for watching, and remember to go in peace. And we will finish off this investigation tomorrow. Is that right, Boosh? Yeah. Yeah, Boosh. We're gonna finish it tomorrow. Boosh is excited. I think. Yeah, Boosh. Look at you, stretch. Come on, Boosh. We gotta go. And I think you gotta, go eat cat food, use the litter box and everything. Alright. Oh, look. Boosh is, here. Yeah, Boosh. Alright, Boosh. We're gonna go. It's late. Yeah. So long, everybody.